broken ground. Won't give in, I'm fighting for the crown. Heavy clouds are way above my head, like all of my regrets and things I never said. No, got a feeling, shiver in my bones. Something's coming, but nobody knows. Angels you need me, tell me that you'll never let me go.
I think I need therapy, or just some more whiskey. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I think I need to confess. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
I've been drinking Kool-Aid cameras like I did when I was 9, 'cause I like to pretend that I haven't lost the time. In the end, the nostalgia, though it tastes fine, I can only drink a couple 'cause it feels like a lie. We'd play Halo and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise. We would go to school but not learn too much, 'cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. They've been with me for some time, and it's nice to know that they still by my side. are like stars, cause no matter how far, when it's dark outside, they will be your light. We'd play Halo, and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise. We would go to school but not learn too much, cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime.
Something new, a better part of you. You feel it in your soul, a leap from head to toe. I'll go just alone. Scratching my mind, I gotta keep asking why. Telling me all the time everything will be fine. I can't stop scratching my mind. I don't know. Can't see through your skin. I'm not your guardian. I can't see through your skin. Yeah, I'm lost and numb, cold to the touch. I pretend like I don't remember your name. Every masterpiece turns to blasphemy. When I close my eyes, yeah, I still see your face. We were the thunder and the lightning, burn fire started from the spark. I would spend you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. It was us against the world. It was us against the world. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. We were the thunder and the lightning, burn fire started from the spark. I would spend you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. It was us against the world. It was us against the world. Yeah, I'm pale gray, all dust and fade. When I call for you, all I hear back is pain. Every song must end, even diamonds fade. When the darkness comes, I count up my mistakes. We were the thunder and the lightning, burn fire started from the spark. I would spend you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world.
Welcome to the NACE Star League studio. We've got a great lineup of games for you today. We are going to the semifinals in League of Legends and then to the round of 8 in Overwatch as teams get ever closer to the grand finals, which will be held just at the beginning of December. I'm your host, Jacob Jem Palmer, joined by Lisa Jolly Malhoffs. And Jolly, the lineup that we have tonight is pretty star-studded. I mean, St. Clair, Fisher, and Maryville all in the same stream. But talking about lineups, our first matchup in League of Legends, HARRISBURG versus St. Clair, you were comparing kind of the players in different lanes and how they stack up to each other.
Yeah, and that's one of those situations where when you get to top 4, right, you kind of have a bit of a story to relay, right? There already is kind of a precedent, and I gotta say, when we're talking about HARRISBURG as a team, one of the places that I always look to see good success is gonna be the bottom lane. And let me grab my notes real quick so I don't misspeak here. But Barlow, I think, is one of the best supports in the league right now for collegiate, and Mikael has been phenomenal as this bottom lane duo. On the other side, of course, Akashi is going to be the mid laner and absolutely insane, tends to carry a lot of games. So you're going to have this kind of dichotomy between the bottom lane on the side of HARRISBURG, and then, of course, you've got the mid lane in terms of Akashi, and that's going to be a difficult, like a struggle for them, because I would say HARRISBURG's mid lane has been having some ups and downs. There's a lot less consistency in that. So honestly, this one, you know, if somebody said I had to make a wager, I don't know where I'd put my money.
Yeah, I mean, HARRISBURG certainly is a school to be feared, as is St. Clair. Let's take a look, actually, at those two schools, what we have lined up for you tonight. We'll start off with a match, HARRISBURG versus St. Clair, and then we'll move on to Overwatch with Fisher College going up against Oakland University, and then Maryville going up against RIT. And we can also take a look at the lineups that each school is bringing to the table, HARRISBURG and St. Clair respectively. HARRISBURG, we've got Ego, Kid Beats, Painshell, Mikael, and Barlow.
And then on the side of St. Clair, you've got Boschetti, Rock Boom, Akashi, Maddie, and Bakery Boy. A lot of familiar names as well on that one, in particular. Rock Boom and Maddie have been in the scene for quite a while, of course. Not to dismiss Akashi, who I've already talked about. And
you were also talking about Mikael, the bot laner. He was so good last week in the matchup against Michigan Tech, which will soon show some highlights from that match as we're waiting for the spectator delay. But just as a quick spoiler for how good he didn't go down a single time, a 0 in the KDA for 2 games.
2 games. And, you know, a lot of that also has to do with Barlow being a great support. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, the first game, Barlow didn't die a single time either. The second game, Barlow took a few hits, but hey, that's to be expected when you're a support, right? Yeah, no, you got to go down for the ADC. And pretty high priority ones as well. You're running the Jinx, you're running the Ezreal, and then in terms of those supports, we're looking at like the Bard and the Alistar. So really aggressive plays. And it does look like HARRISBURG is going to start on the blue side here today, where St. Clair will be on the red as the lower seed.
First bans already coming through for both teams. We've already seen a Caitlyn and Ivern banned for St. Clair.
Not a big surprise. The Ivern was used last week as well, and it worked quite well, I gotta say. Jarvan was another pickup that HARRISBURG had run, but it's also just such a good pick right now. A lot of utility, a lot of versatility, and a lot of ability to engage very early on in the game.
1 ban remaining for each team. HARRISBURG looking like they're going to take full advantage of all the time that they have available to themselves.
Hey, they've earned it. they were
That
patient.
is true. They're pretty far in the bracket.
Patient, all right. And I do believe we're doing the full series. Of course, I want to confirm that because HARRISBURG has the ability to, you know, take 1 game essentially just based on our delay here. But it is going to be rounded out with another pick from last week. I did mention the Bard for Barlow. You know, it's most of his name.
Yeah,
so
very heavy targeting of the bot lane.
Yes. And then Maokai on the opposite side. So they're really focusing for HARRISBURG in terms of those bans towards the top side and the jungle. But of course, you have to imagine that a lot of that focus is towards mid, and also the recognition that you can't really ban out Akashi.
First pick now coming through for HARRISBURG University. It's going to be the Jinx, and I was thinking Mikael still has that pick. Had that the first game when they went up against Michigan Tech, went 7-0-6 on Jinx.
Jinx is nasty right now. She recently got buffs as well. She does so much damage. I mean, her passive to get excited is just so helpful, especially if you've got an aggressive support to follow you up. And the response from St. Clair is instantly going to be a little bit more defensive, a little bit more towards the later stage of things in the Xayah and the Rel. And I don't know if you know, I love Xayah. Xayah's always been one of my mains. She's one of my top 3 favorites. I've been preaching Xayah since before she really became active now. And since they're taking out Gale Force later on in the game, I'm very interested to see sort of where her item direction goes.
This was the strategy that was kind of taken against Harrisburg last week as well, trying to focus more on the late game. But Harrisburg was able to end both matches at the 28-minute mark. So it's really been the question of, can you keep Harrisburg at bay?
And we'll have to see how that works out because it is a higher seed here for Harrisburg coming in. They felt really good last week. If I'm not mistaken, too, that first game was like 23 and a half minutes. So that is definitely earlier than we anticipate going. Under 30 minutes for 2 games in a best-of-3 series, that's kind of unprecedented as well. And the Xin Zhao, you know, I was thinking with the Jarvan, we already know that Kid Beats is very familiar with that Jarvan. Xin Zhao is another pick, very similar in terms of getting early aggression, but also being able to just do so much when it comes to ganks. Ooh. Alrighty. So this Rel is, I would love a jungle Rel. I doubt that's where they're gonna, it is very possible that St. Clair is deciding to pull out the jungle Rel.
First bands now, last few bands coming through for Harrisburg and St. Clair. They'll get 1 more pick apiece. The Rumble band, that's going to be targeting Ego in the upper lane too. Really just did a number in the upper lane too. Consistent lead in CS, had a pretty good KDA as well. So they're going to want to make sure they're started out by targeting kind of the first priority, the bot lane, but are now kind of spreading out the band targets a little more.
And Darius, another really strong pick, somebody who can definitely take out members like Jinx and Orianna, whether it's early parts of the game, if he decides to come down and roam, or you're looking at later on with the team fight stage. Getting that execution down is very handy against somebody who's got a lot of speed as well. So the final ban coming through out of St. Clair is going to be that Nautilus, still taking a look at the bottom side and wanting to prevent Maykel from getting an early lead.
Maykel certainly was able to get a pick, though, that he is comfortable playing. The only real thing up in the air is how are things going to work out in the tag team between him and Barlow.
Barlow has a really deep champion pool. And there's a lot of opportunity, too, now that you have the entire bottom lane locked in for sure this time for St. Clair. You know, we saw the first 2 and we're like, all right, it's a Rel Xayah bottom lane. No, the Rakan being picked up is almost guaranteed that you're going with the Xayah Rakan, so you get the benefits from that lovers duo. And then Rel in the jungle. Akali is going to be the next selection here for St. Clair. And Akali is one of those that Harrisburg knows how to play really well up against, so we'll have to see how that goes for Ego, because I will say Bakery Boy is probably going to be one of the players that struggles the most in this matchup, being the lowest ranked player.
It's also going to depend on what the specific matchup is in that lane. Alistar being brought out. Barlow played that in game 2 of last game, so already we've got familiar picks in the bot lane should they go with the Jinx Alistar.
Well, they better not put that Alistar anywhere else. This is not, you know, at this point, it's not a flex pick, right? We also know how well Barlow does on that one, and I do like it. It's, you know, Jinx from the first game last week and Alistar from the second game last week, and the Aatrox, so a lot more aggression and also leaning in towards the latter half of the game as well. So there's a lot of good early game poke, early game priority from Harrisburg and damage, and then, you know, you've got that late game scaling as well. Now, St. Clair has a lot on their shoulders because they don't really have as much of that frontline ability. There's a lot of engage. They have a lot of potential to get some bursty damage down, but once Harrisburg decides to fully initiate with this Xin Zhao, with this Alistar, with this Aatrox, it's going to be really difficult for them if they're not ahead of the fight.
So now everything is all lined up in terms of the draft, and we can also give a reminder of just what is at stake and where these 2 teams land in the overall bracket, because we are in the semifinal stage. In this side of the bracket, it's Harrisburg versus St. Clair. Harrisburg rated seed number 2, St. Clair 3, so this should be a good match. And then in the upper part of the bracket, we've got Maryville versus Purdue, and Maryville, that number 1 seed, favorite to make it to the grand finals.
No surprise there. No surprise, no change. Honestly, it's been a couple of years now. Somebody needs to find an upset around this. Maryville and Purdue, that is definitely going to be a good game. I think the expectation is Maryville will find themselves ahead on this one, which is why I like to look at the 2-3 seed matchup as opposed to the 1-4, just because you have a little bit of a closer comparison.
Overall, no upsets so far in the league bracket. Seeds 1 through 4 making it through the round of 8. Whoever wins this is going to be moving on to the grand finals in person December 1st through 3rd. Should be very exciting to get that LAN atmosphere going to see who is going to be the fall 2023 champion. I also said we were talking a lot and referencing a lot to Harrisburg's last match last week against Michigan Tech. Not only did we see a lot of the picks that Harrisburg brought out in terms of the Jinx and the Alistar we saw in the last match, and I'm for sure we're going to see some highlights in the bot lane just in this highlight reel, just in terms of how well they did. But also, they interestingly enough, they picked the Aatrox this game, but Michigan Tech picked that last game too, so Harrisburg familiar with that both in playing and going against.
The zaps. Gosh, again, get excited is just massive. You can see the concussive blows kind of stacking up there on Jinx, but you can't do much else when you are that Braum, the bottom side. So this is where Harrisburg really found a tear in the early parts of the game. Nice flash forward. There's the concussive blows I was talking about, but hey, Jinx is not the final target, not who you're actually going after, because Kid Beats is in the backside, and that's exactly where you want him.
In just about every lane for the last game, you saw a consistent CS lead, definitely a lead in terms of the KDA. Overall, for game 1, the KDA for Harrisburg was 18-3-42.
Oh, that's a rough number, especially in a 23-minute game, right? When you're talking about only 3 deaths across the entire team. And, if I'm not, all of those 3 were on the mid laner, Pain Shell, on that Nico, which is not a big surprise because Nico is one of those champions. When she goes in, she is going in, right? You don't really have a lot of opportunity to escape, especially when you have such a heavy engaged front line like that.
But still, worth repeating, that's still ahead of what Michigan Tech put up. There was no lane in which they were really hurting or sagging. No real objectives either that Harrisburg gave up, especially in game 1, if I'm not mistaken. There wasn't anything in terms of trades. They get the Herald, we'll trade for a dragon or a tower. It was just all Harrisburg just taking mine.
And yeah, that's the expectation. I mean, we're looking at 22 minutes into the game here. We know that it ends in like a minute and a half, so this is a big fight. This is what led to the push forward. And look at how little damage is being taken there. You even have a great aggro swap across those 3 members. The double kill from the Nico, she is going to end up falling. And look at the chase from Get Excited so that you secure the double kill on top of it to end the game.
And then we headed into game 2, which lasted a little bit longer than game 1, but only by about 5 minutes. There weren't really any scenarios except for this. Any scenarios in which Harrisburg was really hurting at all.
That was good. That was good. I like the, it was a quick reaction time from both of those players there. Pain Shell immediately moving out of the way of that Aatrox ability, but he decides to flash back in. He still picks up the kill. And then it is these plays behind the tower that are going to be something you have to watch out for as well from Harrisburg when they are particularly on the red side of the map.
And the one thing that I'm going to be looking for, especially as we go to game 2, because we're seeing the exact same pick in the bot lane. We have Maykel on the Jinx, but then the Jinx was banned for game 2. The thing is as you've been alluding to, so many deep hero pools. By the time game 2 came around, as we're seeing here, Maykel had switched over to the Ezreal, did over 30,000 damage in one game.
Sub 30 minutes as well, that is always a good statistic to throw out there. We can see that barrage coming through. When you're talking about that Aatrox on the opposite team, didn't quite do as much as Michigan Tech would have liked, so we'll have to see in the hands of Harrisburg and Ego what they're able to accomplish there.
Well, the timer is ticking down. Summoner's Rift is beckoning to us, and only one team can go forward toward the grand finals in this best of 3. Harrisburg Storm looking to take on the St. Clair Saints, and I'm going to be very excited to see what St. Clair brings to the table. Again, because I haven't seen Harrisburg struggle at all, just in terms of broadcast, because that last game was such a shutout. So I want to see a little bit more back and forth. I want to see Baron come into play at least, and not just be, a win more thing at the very end.
Absolutely. Well, I was at Harrisburg University, the Hugh Fest, Hugh Invitational, and they struggled there. So I've seen plenty of the possibility for this Harrisburg squad to struggle, but I like to see the fact that here in the top 4 in the semifinals, they're moving forward with a lot of confidence. It is seed 2 and seed 3, so if anyone's going to take them down, it's very possible St. Clair can find a bit of an upset, even as small as it is.
Here we go. The Storm taking on the Saints, 2 titans of the collegiate esports landscape, ready to battle it out over Sumner's Rift, which we get a lovely fly-through on. Thank you again, production, for all you do.
That's nice. You know, I haven't actually seen a lot of these angles. Minions, not monsters, which, you know, when you think about it, I don't really know who dictates who's a monster and who's not a monster. I feel like that's a little bit unfair. That was just something yesterday as I was playing A-Rams. I'm like, hold on a second. What are minions then? And I guess they are their own species.
Another thing you kind of talked about not seeing from another angle, it's almost like seeing behind the camera, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're seen behind the fourth wall because you're always looking down from up above.
Right, it's a different angle. It is. I didn't realize there was so much sky.
Yeah.
Because normally you see the game from the sky's perspective, right? It is cool to see. There's that fancy World's Baron as well, all dolled up for the event. And of course you got the World's banners that are spread out across the map too. It's always a fun time of the year.
We were talking about how close Harrisburg pushed up in the first game, and seeing these inhibitors remind me, I think it was like only 10 to 15 minutes that they had already eliminated one of Michigan Tech's inhibitors in the top lane, if my memory serves me correctly. So definitely a big threat, and it is going to be the exact same storyline that we're seeing last week. Is can St. Clair, this week's Harrisburg opponents, can they last through that initial push that Harrisburg has?
I do think they have a lot more of an opportunity here. Based on how St. Clair plays, it's more towards the top side, the mid side of the map, right? As opposed to you're looking at for Harrisburg down towards the bottom. And they are finding a lot of success in the bottom, but I gotta say there has been a little bit of pressure from, you know, Riot to try to get more, I don't know, more prowess towards that top side of the map, right? And not just the jungle, but also being able to get maybe some earlier roams out of top lane, which would be Bakery Boy or Ego in this instance. Again, though, you know, my concern is that Bakery Boy is really gonna struggle. And if you have that kind of, that split where the top side and the bottom side are doing well in one match, no matter how well that mid lane is doing, they're not going to be able to carry the game, unfortunately. And as a Kali, you've got a lot of burst, you've got a lot of potential for initiation, but once she gets caught and locked down and CC'd up, it's very difficult to be able to escape with your life.
And down we go to the actual game, Harrisburg versus St. Clair. Going to have the first chance to see the initial loadouts, initial items that each team is bringing to the table. Already just a little bit of a hello hi also between the two teams. They're just going to say hi to each other and then walk away casually.
Bakery Boy in the mid. So Akashi, who I was looking forward to seeing play, is actually not in today, which gives me even more concern for St. Clair here, because that is really the player that I see as a standout and a potential carry on this roster.
Yeah, it looks like we do have a sub coming in for the Saints as the initial farming begins. Tried to position themselves all sneaky in the bot lane, hanging out in the bushes, but now everything's out in the open, and we get to some initial poking and some initial farming.
No big surprise. You've also got to expect some pretty confident play coming out of Makel and Barlow to start this one out. I do love the aggressive style right now, looking from Book on Boschetti, of course, is what we're gonna, yeah, Boschetti. He tried to throw me off on that one. You know, there's a lot that you can do with Rakan in the early parts of the game, but again, the problem is if you get CC'd up, unless you have that grand entrance to get away, unless you have the battle dance to be able to snap back on, it does put you in a vulnerable situation. But since it's the first minute or two of the game, they're going to use this level lead to their advantage.
Is it just me, or do the towers, are we zoomed out a little bit more? Because the towers look a little smaller than normal.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
no,
I think the camera's just pulled out. Maybe a little.
It may be. It's very possible. You've got the the HUD at the bottom there that does take up.
That is true.
That would
it's
make
probably
sense.
an optical illusion thing from my end, but.
At least that UI is big in the bottom.
It's like
right?
you were saying at the beginning. It's just we see this game from the
Yeah,
same angle
yeah.
so long that any little difference really stands out.
Any small change
But
is
I'm
very
probably
apparent.
wrong.
It is going to be a pretty slow start, right? You can try to play aggressive, you can try to do something, but when we're talking about Rel, when we're talking about Xin Zhao, you got to get some clears, you have to get a full rotation, and it's not one of those easy level 3 immediately jump in for the gank, right? Xin Zhao is similar to Jarvan, but not quite the same.
Now the second minion's waves come in, and already Bakery Board pushed up a little bit under his own tower. Not going to be taken out, however, but Pain Shell now going to take a little bit of damage in response.
And this was a counter pick for this Akali, which, you know, for the composition, I do think the Akali fits. In the early parts of the game, though, it's going to be a massive struggle. I mean, Pain Shell's going to have the not only the push and the priority advantage, but is also going to have damage advantage and might be able to take a couple of these plates early on. And look at this. I mean, Bakery Boy is in a really dangerous position, and we're only 4 minutes into this game. This is just standard poke. No ganking, no additional support.
Yeah, Kid Beat's also hanging out in the forest for a possible gank. Licking his chops right now, just clearing out just some of the monsters, but I mean, I could see a possible pinch coming in here.
There's a possibility. It is also an Akali, so that Shroud is really helpful in allowing her to disengage and prevent the Xin Zhao from getting a full jump onto her. And he probably also recognizes, hey, going back, getting some items, finding a little bit more of a clear is going to be more helpful since priority is, for the most part, in favor of HARRISBURG. Definitely in the mid lane. Of course, for this Orianna, the main thing that you're looking for, or at least if you're the Akali looking for on the Orianna, is when that mana bar gets really low and you have her pushed forward far enough. Pain Shell's not going to make that mistake, though.
A little bit of a flash over back into the Dragon's Pit. Still a little bit of a ways before we get the first Dragon spawn, but Barlow already getting right in the face of Maddie.
I love the jungle Rel, really. I mean, it's not something that I run. I don't have that much confidence. She's a slower, like physically, I mean, mobile-wise, which you consider she's got horse armor. She can get a lot of speed, but when you do slow down on her, it gives a really good opportunity for HARRISBURG to make an initiation if they have the damage follow-up, which they do right now, but they are going to allow St. Clair to make the move onto this first dragon. It's going to require 3 members to move up, so HARRISBURG is more than okay with taking the priority in the bottom lane.
We haven't seen a Oh, we got a fight breaking down in the bot lane, excuse me.
And just a little back and forth. It shouldn't be too much, though. Mikael is pretty low on mana, once again. It's a lot of, I mean, this is the fun part, and I say that with a lot of facetiousness, right? Because this is not one where you're going to get, like I said, early pressure. You're going to get early initiations from these jungles. No, it's just going to be kind of smacks to the face, back and forth, forcing some backs, and eventually this first blood's going to come in. It's not going to be a full team fight, though, I can guarantee that. In fact, it might actually be here in the mid lane if Kid Beast can get a good angle on it, but a nice safe play from Bakery Boy means he's on the farther side, the lower side of that river.
So first Dragon looked to be Chemtech to me, and I was going to be asking you, in terms of what these teams have picked, what are going to be some of the main, like what are they hoping for in terms of the soul?
Oh gosh, I mean, when we're talking about, I would say for St. Clair, you're looking more towards like a defensive. You're looking more towards like a Cloud or a Mountain, right? I think that would be very helpful. HARRISBURG on the other side, I mean, I would say, you know, Infernal. I also do love the Chemtech Dragon. I think it gets a little bit of a harsh rap, I would say. But at this point too, any Dragon Soul is going to be good for St. Clair, right? Because as you look towards the later end of this game, HARRISBURG is just looking better and better when it comes to the cohesion within their team fight stage.
Well, I did get a small peek at the Dragon a minute or two ago, and it was Ocean for the second, so no, Ocean won't be the Dragon Soul, so it's very possible, you know, one of the ones you were mentioning, whether it be Mountain, Cloud, or Infernal, is going to be the soul for this game.
Cloud is always fun on somebody like Rel, Akali. Honestly, added to the quickness, right, from the bottom lane too. Rock Booms never says no to that. I think Cloud is actually one of those that people see it and they say, oh, it's Cloud again, but hey, you know what, we'll take it. So far, 8 minutes in. 8 minutes in, not a huge differential in gold. Everything's pretty even keel across the board. I mean, literally the exact same just a moment ago when it comes to CS for the top side. Slightly in favor here for Rock Boom. And you do have the ghost that it looks like was just extended there by Maykel. I didn't see exactly what that was for. It's on the recall or the reset for Rock Boom and Boschetti. And maybe we're going to find our first team fight right here as we get the initiation from Boschetti. The flash over the wall out of Barlow. Rock Boom looking for the blade collar. Doesn't quite get anyone they really want to. It's a lot of damage though onto the side of Harrisburg, who has to back out under their tower.
You got all 5 members of St. Clair that are prepared to fight. St. Clair really taking the initiative on the objectives too. They've claimed the Rift Herald and the Dragons. It's a whole bunch of pressure that they can start putting on one of these lanes.
That is the one good thing about having kind of a stable game and being on the red side, right? You do have a bit of that priority. It is a little bit easier for you to kind of push the lane in here for St. Clair with the Xayah, move towards the Dragon. They recognize that one and also notice that Maykel really couldn't get a massive advantage if they did all move towards the mid lane or towards that Rift Herald side. So really good recognition by St. Clair that they have the upper hand here. But it's still such a slow start and kind of what you anticipate that I am still leaning towards Harrisburg for the latter half of this one. Nice little hop in the grand entrance. It's another stun onto Barlow, who's going to get the headbutt forward. Barlow will likely be the first one to fall here. It's the blade collar that gets the damage, and first blood goes over to Rock Boom.
A little bit of poking up in the top lane. St. Clair went up to an early CA's lead, but Harrisburg has, for the most part, managed to even that out. Up until that first blood, they were pretty even in terms of overall gold as well. Harrisburg had a small lead, but that first blood has changed it.
Barely. I mean, I'm surprised that they are only this far ahead considering they've picked up the 2 objectives. They've gotten that first blood as well. But these numbers are so even keel across the board. I mean, kind of makes up for with Pain Shell having a bit of a lead here towards the start. Like I was saying, the Bakery Boy is going to have more and more of an advantage as this game goes on. Pain Shell has a massive one, having the additional range in the early parts of the game. But if you can't find an early kill onto the Sakali, things are not looking great for you as the game goes on. Meaning Harrisburg has to try to navigate towards a team fight stage a little bit earlier than they might have liked.
Ocean Drake now spawning on the field. Have to wonder, St. Clair, every time the objective has spawned, it's been less than a minute since they've engaged on it. There's a lot of wards placed around it, and already we're seeing Rock Boom and Marty starting to make their way up the river.
Nice, able to take out the Vision Ward. Boschetti, they're not even going to try to make a move. That was a really interesting choice. I thought Kid Beats would have gotten a jump onto Boschetti there. Yeah, they know that St. Clair is likely engaging on the Dragon, but that should have been kind of a precedent to go in and at least try to take down one member and then retaliate. They decide to just play it safe.
Now we get confirmation it will be the Inferno, so Harrisburg definitely would like that damage boost. Also, Summoner's Rift will open up a little bit more in terms of the routes available in jungle.
And we're back to the 11-minute lull. On this one. It is both of these teams playing it safe. We're talking about semifinals. We're talking about the second and third seed, right? The expectation is that it's not.
And while we were witnessing that fight in the bot lane, there was also pick in the top lane as well. Eagle was able to get one pick.
Oh, there you go. Look at that picture. Maddie, you can see he was like, all right, I'm not making it out of this one. Let's try to do what we can here. I like the attempt by Maykel to say, hey, maybe I can get Rock Boom on this one. Even if Barlow goes down, I'll get Rock Boom. If I do get Rock Boom, I can definitely get Maddie. But then you have to wonder, had Maykel instead switched aggression onto Maddie earlier on, it's possible Barlow would have survived.
Already 2 armor plates taken off the top lane tower. Ego's starting to build up a hefty CS and gold lead. In the last game, the match against Michigan Tech, in terms of the gold, Ego earned 3,000 more just in the top lane versus Michigan Tech.
That's absurd. That is quite absurd. Already starting to stack that, right? Only looking at about a 700 gold lead. That is pretty big at 13 minutes into this game. Exactly identical though when we're talking about the gold spread across the board. Let's get some responding plates. Ricky LaFleur says, all right, there's 2 off of you guys as well. You've only got about 30 seconds before those plates fall, so not much more gold is going to be taken advantage of.
Overall, in terms of the items being purchased, have you seen any interesting picks, or are we going just with the standard strategy?
Looking pretty standard across the board, right? You got the Kraken player early on for the Zaya. I'm not surprised on that one. I want to see what this Rakan ends up doing, where he decides to, I guess, invest all of his gold a little bit later on. But I'm also not surprised that boots are being completed for the side of Harrisburg as a priority, including for Ego. He's in a really good position now with the Dust Blade, with those steel caps. So if he wants to engage on Ricky LaFleur, he's feeling pretty confident.
He only has a few more minions, though, to take the shots from that turret, and he's going to back off as soon as the last one goes down.
He doesn't want to allow that recall to happen. I don't know if it's worth the risk, though. Ego does have the level advantage right now. That recall is going to pass. That means you got a TP up that's going to come through out of Ricky LaFleur. Also meaning, though, Harrisburg does want to maybe make a dive towards the bottom side since there's a lot of pressure from St. Clair. Ego is going to have his teleport up here in about a minute. A little bit less. Ooh, but as I say that, Rockboom ends up finding a beautiful blade caller. It's a big dive onto Maykel. Rockboom's going to take a bit of tower aggro on this. It gets swapped apart, and a 2v4 definitely going in favor of St. Clair, and they'll find themselves the first tower of the game.
First tower, now the first bounty has been laid on the table onto Rockboom. Already up to 202, so considering the fact that Maykel was such a runaway success in the bot lane last time they faced off against Michigan Tech, quite a reversal now going up against St. Clair.
That was real rough for Barlow. Trying to get the headbutt to, you know, knock the damage away from Maykel there on the bottom side. Little did he know there was another member or 2 hiding along the bush. It makes it very difficult for an Alistar to do what an Alistar wants.
Also do want to note that Maykel's streak in terms of not having a single elimination has been broken as of now, so the perfect run ends. But at least 1 tower picked up in the top lane.
Bit of a retaliation. Still not a massive gold lead. We're looking at sub 1K. We got to start focusing towards the lower side of the map, though, for sure for Harrisburg, because you do not want to allow St. Clair to stack up to Soul Point without having any sort of response out of Harrisburg. And so far for the first 2 Drakes, they have not even tried to engage and start a fight around that. Speaking of fights, we're going to get a nice little battle dance out as the grand entrance comes in. Barlow has to stay back, taking a little too much damage at the start of this one, but Maddie will end up falling. It's Maykel who picks up that first kill. That's going to activate the quickness and allow them to engage here onto Boschetti. Bakery Boy maybe on the wrong side of the field on this one. That means that Harrisburg's able to engage onto this dragon, and they can also try to focus out some of the vision that St. Clair has placed.
Not only is Harrisburg winning that fight and the dragon, but also didn't see it, but off camera they claimed the second Rift Herald as well. So they've really started to even things up in terms of the objectives. Do see some chip damage being taken in the top lane, though. St. Clair looking like they're going to take that turret in retaliation. Trade that for the team fight.
A lot of really well-timed ultimates coming out of Harrisburg on that fight. Barlow didn't even have to use his at the end there. Bakery Boy did get a little bit lucky. I mean, it is an Akali, right? You take a risk if you're going to plan on chasing an Akali, but an Akali in your side of the jungle is really tempting.
Now things are all basically even Steven again in terms of gold.
In terms of everything, really, aside from dragons, right? And I guess the tower. Boschetti now just able to pick up the roam he's been wanting to do. You know, you're talking about Maykel falling there, was sitting not so happy at 1-1-0, now 3-1-0, so trying to match up with that bounty across the board with Rockboom. And
Rockboom was also really smart in that last team fight, though. Disengaged pretty soon. He didn't want to give over that bounty to anyone to Harrisburg.
yeah, especially giving it over to Maykel. It's still not a lot, right, early enough in the game. But if you can keep yourself from dying as Zaya, you're going to have a lot more potential later on. Zaya is one of those champions where if you shut her down a few times in the early parts of the game, somebody like Jinx is absolutely going to have the upper hand on her. But thanks to the Featherstorm, thanks to the Blade Collar, you can put Jinx in a really sticky situation. There's going to be a flash from the wall by Maycal. Nice little dash back and forth. Ricky LaFleur.
Yeah, Ricky
And that's a
definitely wasn't
heartbreaker.
expecting that bit off of Norrie Conchu. He flashed over the wall. And all of a sudden saw 4 people in his face.
Speaking of 4 people, there's 4 on here, and only 1 of them is on the side of Harrisburg. Let's make it a 4th by Bakery Boy trying to join the fight. It's Ro4 who's able to take that. Yet another tower going down in favor of Harrisburg. Ego tries to poke his head over and says, okay, I need to get the heck out of Dodge. Harrisburg has a bit of retaliation, though, with 1 tower in the bottom going down.
The teams, you know, they're really timing things out well. They know when to push up a tower. If they lose a fight in the bot lane, we see, you know, they're pushing up in mid lane to at least take a tower in retaliation. A lot of training going back and forth.
I like this is kind of fancy. Breaking hearts. All day, every day. Ricky LaFleur. Not able to get out of that one, but it is Ego that ends up picking up the kill, so you at least feel good that you're not feeding that Jinx anymore.
Ego also picks up a little bit of a bounty onto himself as well.
Yeah, look at that. Aatrox doing good. I mentioned that this Aatrox is going to continue to just, I mean, stack up the damage. He's already got that basic armor, right, with the plated steel caps, and we can see that it's actually the Kraken Slayer here that Yone ends up going with to start, which is solid considering you're going up against this Aatrox when we're looking at an overall team fight. I'm not sure if it'll provide the damage that he actually needs to make a big difference.
Going past the 20-minute mark again, it seems surreal that last week this was the time when multiple inhibitors were out and down for the count. This game is definitely going to be a bit longer, more standard pace.
Yeah. Moments of boring. You know, I gotta say, just because there's a lot of trepidation that these players have trying to push forward. Of course, Ro4 doesn't feel that way. Ro4's 3-0-2, has the Navori Quick Blades finished, already stacking up with the last Whisper, so is just completely willing to say, hey, basic boots are good enough for me, but it is going to be Harrisburg who decides to make a jump on this one. It's Maddie as the target, who has already fallen 2 separate times, but who's going to pick up the kill? Or can Maddie get out of this one alive? It looks like he's trying so hard. He's got so much shielding. The Radiant Virtue did not get the chance to come out, but the kill went over to Maykel. Beautifully timed by Harrisburg. And this is why I don't run the Rel in the jungle. There's a lot of risk. We're now at 21 minutes, right? So that risk is reduced. You got the Radiant Virtue that's finished there, but you haven't had an opportunity really for Maddie to utilize that properly, get the ultimate off like in the early fights you might have seen. You can use it there, but it's not going to help you. It's not going to help your team. You might as well just hold on to that ultimate for when the rest of your team is going to be able to engage. Maybe there would have been a chance to kind of turn and try to get the pull on her tower, but just not enough time available here for Bakery Boy.
Bit of a fight in the bot lane, and Harrisburg was just barely able to get away. I think they actually were focusing on Kid Beats. He flashed out of there just in time and just to recall back, and now the second Infernal Drake team, St. Clair focuses on it.
Yeah, but look at Maykel. It's just like, all right, cool, Boschetti, don't move, continue to not move. Bakery Boy is actually going to be the help here that St. Clair needs. Onto the backside, there's the Featherstorm, there's the Blade Caller, but that's going to paint a big target onto the face of Ro4, who ends up falling here. Ricky LaFleur soon to follow. Double kill going over to Ego as the World Breaker comes out. Pain Shell, the only one to fall on the side of Harrisburg, and while Harrisburg didn't get the Dragon and St. Clair's at soul point, they are more than okay with that pressure.
Ego walking away with the treasure chest, gets 450 in the bounty. Had 2 of the 3 eliminations in that fight, and now Harrisburg is eyeing an even bigger prize, Old Baron.
Hey, this is what you wanted. Jacob, you wanted a Baron that was not just a, consolation prize for somebody who's already winning, right?
Bakery Boy also looking at this, though.
Yeah, Bakery Boy can't do much. He's going to put himself in a really risky position if he does decide to engage on that one. He's going to use his head check. Ends up picking up the kill, and it's too much damage. Harrisburg still manages to take down that Baron, but they're going to lose 3 members, and now the buff is only applied to Pain Shell and Ego.
Nice timing by St. Clair. They're not going to be brought up. And now we're just basically back where we started. That's been the main storyline throughout this whole game is, oh, something cool happens, but it's traded back. We're back where we started.
A big part of that for St. Clair and their ability to really fully engage on that without being too scared has to do with the pressure they've got in the top side and the bottom side, right? You have to respond if you're Harrisburg to what's going on there. You know that not all 5 members are going to be at that Baron. And you need Ego now to be part of these team fights. Mikhail is not going to be able to do enough damage. And if Ego's not there to absorb something and provide additional damage and additional space, Harrisburg's not going to find themselves more success than that.
A little bit of a slight reprieve, giving St. Clair time to purchase. Again, considering we're this far into the game and it's still a sub 1K gold lead for Harrisburg.
Yeah, it's still so close when you're looking, at the numbers. And when we're looking at a full 5v5, I still feel like Harrisburg has an upper hand here, but St. Clair has been doing such a good job of being patient, knowing when to engage, knowing who to engage upon, kind of pulling some aggro out and about. So again, there's a lot of weight on this World Ender's shoulders, on Aatrox's shoulders. I'm sure he's used to that though. That's kind of Aatrox's thing.
Now focusing down the T2 turret in mid. That's going to be given over to Harrisburg. Now they're just one off from the 4 towers St. Clair has claimed.
Means we get to move back down towards the bottom side, give it a little bit of love because it has faced so much pressure coming out of St. Clair. Ricky LaFleur should be able to get that recall off. If we take a look at the vision though, St. Clair from the very beginning of this game has done a great job of investing a lot of gold into maintaining that vision and ensuring that they have, very deep vision towards, this red side, towards the dragon pit to just guarantee that if they do make the move on that, since they've got soul point now, they're going to be comfortable. I would say lackluster vision coming out of Harrisburg, which is kind of surprising because that's something they tend to focus on a lot. It's possible that just has to do with St. Clair sweeping all of it away, as you can see right here, 2 wards being taken down that were invested in. 75 gold, 150 gold, out the window. King's coming through. Nobody's willing to take this risk, though. You've got an Alistar on the front side, right? You've got a Xin Zhao here and available to fight off St. Clair, who's in your jungle, but they just have too much damage right now. Even with Maddie on the front side, has now been able to actually absorb some of that. The Radiant Virtue now should be able to come more in handy. The Bramble Vest has been picked up, so that's going to, apply some grievous wounds and also keep Maykel from doing quite as much damage without having a little bit of recourse to deal with. I'm really surprised Harrisburg has not forced out a fight, though, around Ego. That's been my biggest surprise. Ego has been the side laner here, which is fine. That's good, right? An Aatrox side laning, he's feeling comfortable. He should be able to 1v1 really anybody on this map here, but the problem is the rest of the team is grouped up as a 4-man. And you need Ego to be part of these team fights. So if St. Clair decides to initiate a fight, there's not a lot Harrisburg can do aside from run away, unless Ego is going to be a part of it.
St. Clair a bit of a tactical retreat so they can flank in from the sides.
There we go. Ego is a part of this one, though, as we can see, and he was a part of that start. Ricky trying to come through. The Heartbreaker is out. Maddie taking a lot of damage. In the meantime, you got a solid blade collar from Rock Boom, but Rock Boom, you're too far forward. Maybe be able to get the kill onto Mako. There is the Feather Storm, and a flash forward by Ego ensures that Xayah goes down. Big fight for Harrisburg.
Now we're gonna, I hope, finally see just a little bit of a lead being broken out. I can't count St. Clair out of it for any stretch of the imagination, because every time I think that they're being pushed up against, they find a way to get themselves back even keel with Harrisburg. But it's going to be a bit harder now that the second Infernal has been taken out by Harrisburg.
At least stall out St. Clair from that Dragon Soul as long as possible. I kind of indicated it, though. Barlow's going to have to back out of of this one, almost getting caught. The sweeper was active from Book. Ricky Ro4 going to use the teleport in, but it's Barlow that they're engaging on. And on the top side, that's Ego, guys. You guys realize that he is a fed Aatrox, feeling good, but when it's a 4v1, I don't care how fed you are, you're not going to be able to come out of this one alive. The ultimate just barely able to be activated, and it's a massive shutdown that ends up going to Ricky Ro4, maybe not exactly where they wanted it.
700 gold and all going over to him.
Would have been really nice to have that onto Bakery Boy or Rock Boom, but I mean, my third choice, I suppose, is Ricky Ro4. So you know, it's a
You're
step
still
above.
on the podium. It's your bronze choice.
Exactly. It's a step above, fourth or fifth place there with the two supports that we have
It's not
on board.
Boschetti, okay? So at least
Yeah.
you know. That's your traditional good news, bad
I'd
news.
take it
thing.
over. I'd take Boschetti over Maddie. In all honesty, that would be, my ranking would have Maddie there at the bottom because as this jungle rel, really, kills are not going to help you. I'm surprised that there was no earlier breakaway from Harrisburg. I'm not gonna lie. It feels like there's a bit of, I don't know, maybe a miscommunication going on. We saw what happened when all 5 members engaged on St. Clair. I mean, it was 4 members down, and Harrisburg lost nobody. So that is a situation you got to expect is going to keep happening. They have to steal this one, but St. Clair manages to snag that there, and the blade collar doesn't quite grab anybody, but it's still a big engage onto Kid Beats. Rock Boom going to pick that one up. Bakery Boy following it up, jumping onto Barlow. There is the grand entrance. Is going to find a double pop here. Maddie looking for something as the Radiant Virtue does get procced with that ultimate. Make-Hell gonna find one for themselves. Here comes the Resurrect now, and it should be an easy pickup from Pain Shell, or onto Pain Shell there. Now Boschetti has to get out of here. St. Clair or Harrisburg gets to decide, do they want to do the chase, or do they want to just push forward in one of the lanes? They are opting for the chase, and you know what, that's the direction I would go.
Kind of a mirror image of the first Baron as well. You claim it, but then you lose so many afterwards. That buff is only on 2.
And not really the ones that you wanted on. I mean, Bakery Boy is definitely helpful to try to get a little bit of pushback here on this mid lane. But with the amount of engage, the amount of takiness now that Harrisburg does have within Ego, within PP, and particularly within Barlow, it's looking better and better for them in the later phases of this game. Because St. Clair, they just don't quite have that front line, that damage soaker that Harrisburg has available. That's a lot of damage.
Now that's 2 major fights, I would say, in a row, one for Harrisburg. So I would expect the Storm to be the favorites to win this. But St. Clair, I mean, that soul, that dragon soul that they're sitting on is just, that's the elephant in the room.
That's true. They are sitting on Soul Point. Almost 5K gold lead, though. About a 4K gold lead in favor right now of Harrisburg. At 30 minutes, that's negligible, right? That's really not that big of a difference. What I'm looking at, rather, is more the items, the stacks, the ability to continue engages. And we're seeing some really good items there for Aatrox, right? He's got his GA up. He's got, I love Death Stance. I love the amount of armor that he's deciding to kind of stack up on this one. And it's looking better and better for Harrisburg as things continue. You can see they're getting pressure on these lanes. They have to watch out, though, and they have to make sure that Aatrox is part of the fight. They can decide to engage on these if they want to. Look at the damage onto Boschetti, and that was just a couple of auto attacks from Make-Hell, and that's what's going to happen when you have a late game Jinx on your team who is 7-2-7. It's funny how little presence the junglers have really had in this game. We didn't see any games.
Not only the junglers, but also the mid laners. I mean, they've been contributing, but if you compare it to the KDAs from the last match as well against Michigan Tech, it's really been top and bottom lane that's been taking starring roles for Harrisburg.
Yeah, I'm surprised at the lack of earlier engages, earlier roam, earlier ganks, right? We actually saw more roam coming out of Boschetti and Barlow in the early parts of the game. A lot of Kid Beats and Maddie just staying in the jungle. From Maddie, that is to be expected, and I think Kid Beats just realized, hey, there's a little bit too much damage for me to try to support one of my other lanes. So back and forth, though. I feel Harrisburg goes in for a bite, they step back. St. Clair goes in for a bite, then they step back. It's
An
just
awful big bite the St. Clair
I
is
was just gonna
taking,
say,
though.
this
They're
is huge.
rushing the base and the inhibitor as well.
Barlow was on the recall there, ends up actually coming through to try to find a pinch across. Ego is on the front side of this, so there's a good opportunity if Ego does decide that he wants to go in, but it's all 5 members and not enough of the back line is there. Makel now comes in and it should be the damage that is available. Barlow says, all right, that's fine. Blade Collar me, deal the damage. Matty comes in, is able to not use the ultimate at the perfect time. A rock boom with a beautiful Blade Collar. The flash forced out from Bakery Boy as the last surviving member on the side of St. Clair. And with Harrisburg, they've only lost Kid Beats. TP, they're pushing for the win.
Trying to channel away, but I don't think. No, they spot him.
They stop the recall. That's all they have to do as the pressure continues on. That should be a turret down. That should be an inhibitor. And in the meantime, you actually get an ace right before the respawn comes through for St. Clair. This should be the end of the game as Harrisburg continues to barrage the base of St. Clair. One tower goes down, a second tower falls, and now the Nexus is exposed. Boschetti is doing what he can, but it is not enough as a recon.
Sure, you only have 2 people taking on the Nexus turrets, but one of them is the late game Jinx, okay? And that's going to be all the damage that you need in that scenario.
And the other one was Aatrox, who was, I don't even know what the KDA ended up being there at the end, but it's more the health that I was concerned about. And that's exactly what I was talking about. The later the game goes, the better Harrisburg looks. And my whole mentality behind that has to do with the frontline engage, right? The survivability. We saw Barlow get jumped on and dealt a lot of damage, but they were able to use some aggro swap, throwing Barlow and Ego kind of back and forth in there. And then Ego dealing massive amounts of damage on top of it. There's the chef's kiss. I can actually do it instead of saying it this time.
Now, based, always nice to be able to confirm that. Now, based on the scoreboard that we did see, it was 0-0 for that game, so I do assume that we are going into a game 2. And Harrisburg definitely is the favorite. Yeah, Harrisburg is up 1-0 in this best of 3. And
You got lucky, St. Clair.
Yeah,
You got lucky.
You got lucky, but here's the thing, is Harrisburg, you have to wonder what St. Clair is going to be doing and how they're targeting that bot lane, because instantly in the draft phase, you know, some of their bans were immediately onto the bot lane, but in the 2 games they had against Michigan Tech and now the first against St. Clair, for 3 games in a row, that bot lane has not budged one bit in how dominant it is.
You know, I also have to kind of wonder that maybe part of the delay, right? We did have a bit of a delay with St. Clair. We had the potential where maybe Harrisburg would say, hey, we can take a game off of you. That wasn't the case, and I have to wonder if maybe part of that is because we have Akashi missing, right, in that mid lane. And that was kind of my, not my saving grace, but really the stalwart member that I was looking forward to watching. So when you've got like Bakery Boy there in the mid lane who had a good matchup but was still kind of struggling in the overall, and then you have to try to facilitate a good composition around swapping some members around and getting a substitute in, it does kind of put you on your back leg. Hopefully they learned enough from this one and they have that recognition that we need more frontline, we need more engage, right? I mean, having the quickness, having like throwing a recon in there is great and all, but and having an Akali do damage and stuff, but if most of your tactic is get in, deal damage, and then get the heck out, it's not going to win when there's an Aatrox on the other side.
And maybe having a little bit of a better pick for the jungler is
Yes.
going to help as well.
Yes, yeah, I agree with that one. The Rel, like I said, you know, the Rel is not a bad pick right now.
It was just risky, as you said.
It was risky, and even though it was Zinjao on the other side and they both were kind of stuck into the jungle for a while, it still just was not enough of that frontline ability, that damage soaker, that speed and initiation to actually help St. Clair stand up.
Well, as we're waiting for the second game to get underway, we want to give a thank you to some of our sponsors for NACE Star League. Odyssey Mushroom Elixir, one of the newest sponsors for the fall 2023 season. Odyssey Mushroom Elixir, it's your journey.
We were just talking about that, actually, the Odyssey Mushroom Elixir, because I'm like, what could that be? What could that taste like? And I am hoping that we get to try that out. You know, here at the beginning of December at the final event, but I looked up some of the flavors because I'm like, what? It can't just be mushroom,
No,
right?
no,
That sounds not great.
It's your traditional thing of, you know, you throw in a few fruit flavors as well, and that then
Yeah.
makes it taste great overall, and then you get the benefits also.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool. So it's you know, there's like watermelon, right? There's like a strawberry kiwi kind of thing. There's a lemon lime. So it's traditional carbonated drinks, but then they've also got the benefits of like cordyceps and lion's mane and things like that, which is quite neat, you know?
Yep.
Good stuff from the earth. I don't mind putting that in my body. I mean, along with the carbonation and the fake flavors.
That's all. Yeah, I am not the person to be speaking on that here. Someone who every morning reliably has a caffeine and sugar bomb
Yeah,
just
yeah.
placed in my body just to get going, I could probably use more Odyssey Mushroom Elixirs is
Yeah, right?
probably the main takeaway from this game. But as we're going into the second game, we'll be ready to get into the picks and bans, and also we can take a little bit of time just to review the lineup that we have for today that you are seeing behind us on the big board. We are starting out with this game of Harrisburg versus St. Clair in League of Legends. Then we will move on to 2 games in Overwatch, where Fisher is going to go up against Oakland University, and then we'll have Maryville versus Rochester. Each one of these games has kind of the 3 titans of collegiate esports. Not to discount Harrisburg, but because Harrisburg is doing a great job right now at St. Clair. They probably want to steal that 3rd spot of the 3 titans away from St. Clair as far as league is concerned.
That's true, especially when Harrisburg is seeing Maryville on the roster. It's not the same game, right? It's not League of Legends, but Maryville has been such a big titan in really collegiate esports across the board, not just in League of Legends, but you're also talking about, the fact that they have had such prowess in Overwatch and really any other game that we talk about. They have a huge program over there at Maryville and some pretty cool people behind the scene as well.
And also, we've been seeing a huge presence by Northwood in terms of the Open Premier bracket, but in Varsity Premier, their lack of presence has really allowed St. Clair, Maryville, and Fisher to really make some moves, as well as kind of the common other really great schools as well. Harrisburg included among them. Boise State's also in the running for a few games as well. So it's looking to be a really exciting postseason. We've already seen some great games be brought out. But I'm wondering if we are finally going to break the streak phase of League of Legends. Because in all the other games, when we've gone into postseason, we're not seeing any sweeps anymore. League of Legends, we're still seeing sweeps be brought out, 2-0.
That's true. I mean, League of Legends is such a volatile game, though, and there are so many different tiny little aspects that can be adjusted that can really take advantage of one team or another. St. Clair definitely has the capacity to take down Harrisburg in this game number 2 and push it out to a game number 3. Harrisburg might be kicking themselves at that point if they do end up having to be pushed out to that state. But I think Harrisburg is one of those teams, they've got so much support on the backside, and they also recognize, hey, we have the potential to take this one. Things might have been going not in our favor for like the first half of that first game, right? When we're talking about objectives, we're talking about first blood, all of those kind of medals that were accumulated by the side of St. Clair were negated. They didn't matter at the end because it comes down to the composition and the ability to execute the win cons.
But even though those first 3 objectives were taken by St. Clair, Harrisburg was effective enough in their CES and the eliminations that they were still even in terms of gold.
That's true, exactly. They did manage to keep things so that there wasn't a huge disparity between them, right? Even when you look at it on paper, you're like, man, it's only like a 1K gold. That doesn't make sense. They've got the kills. They've got the, St. Clair has the dragons. St. Clair has the Rift Heralds, right? It looks like there should be a relatively large distance between the 2 in gold. Not the case. And you could tell, too, Harrisburg wasn't phased. Harrisburg wasn't. There was no sweat coming down. They're like, we just ride it out. We're waiting for the late game. This is all according to our plan. And it just took a little bit longer than we might have seen for them last week because we're talking about 23-minute games, 28-minute game. Now you're looking at like a 32-minute game to start things out?
But for 30 minutes of that 32, it was a sub 1K gold lead the entire time.
Exactly, and a barren take from either team, right? And, good fights for either team. St. Clair was coming out ahead. A big part of that was Harrisburg splitting themselves across the map when they decided to fully come together as a 5-man team, which is, kind of what I was waiting for, thanks to the Aatrox. Things worked well in their favor. So St. Clair still had a good grip on the edge. They just got stepped on, I guess, the last possible moment.
And a big question I had in the last game when Harrisburg was going up against Michigan Tech is Harrisburg was just taking so many objectives with no downside. I kept asking myself, where's the trade? What are you taking, Michigan Tech? And I was a little bit nervous at the start of the game in terms of Harrisburg if that was now happening to them instead of them taking everything. But then I think it was brilliant that even in the face of a huge objective like Barron being taken, the trailing team found a way to just eliminate the majority of the other teams, so the Baron buff isn't really that much of a factor.
Yep, and they kind of learned. St. Clair also learned a lesson from the perspective of Harrisburg on that one. They're like, okay, we're going to take Baron. We're going to have all 5 members here. All right, we're not going to try to do a sneaky 3-man take while Aatrox is on the other side, sort of pushing a lane, trying to find more priority for us across the map. They decided to send everybody in. Didn't work out in their favor, but it was a lot of flip-flops. It was a lot of us saying kind of the same thing, but from the other perspective, from the red side or from the blue side. And now with Harrisburg winning that one, they do get to pick side priority. So I would be surprised if they ended up going with the red side, but we saw last week one game they were on red, one game they were on blue. And yeah, I think they're going to be fine.
They're pretty evenly spread between them. What I'm wondering is if we're going to see any kind of real shine-out moments from Kid Beats and Pain Shell, because they showed a lot of promise last week, a very good performance by them in what they contributed. It's just that Ego came with this Aatrox and diverted everyone's attention, taking that 700 gold bounty all onto him, and was just an unstoppable force.
I do think the biggest part of what is going to help either of those players, whether you're talking the mid lane for either team or the jungle for either team, is at the end of the day composition. And I hate to say that because, you know, we talk so much about how any comp, any day, it's about the players, things like that. When you get to a certain point within elos, within styles of the game, and within just capacities and abilities, you start to have to focus on those compositions, right? If everyone's almost at the same level, if everyone's almost just as good as each other, it's not about the outplays, it's not about the mind games, right? At that point, it is about how well you execute, like I said earlier, the win condition. And I think win con is something that needs to be acknowledged here from St. Clair, because Harrisburg clearly had that mentality when they locked in the comp that they did in game one.
The one bright spot for St. Clair, though, that allowed them to stay competitive for so much of the fight is their vision placement was really, really good. They had just clear view of Harrisburg's jungle the entire time.
Absolutely. It was wildly impressive. And from the very beginning of the game, too, that's not something that you usually see. For Red Side, it is almost imperative now, but their ability to dump as much gold as they did into finding some vision to place, and then also navigating around the enemy's vision, right? Taking down as much vision from Harrisburg as possible, really gave them a good bump in the early parts of the game. So I would like to see that again. And I think if they have a bit more of, that bruisery kind of front line, at least just one member that's able to sort of take that stage and not just be there to soak up damage, but also to deal it and get out if they need to. There's a good chance that St. Clair can push this to a game number 3, because I liked their vision, no pun intended, in game number 1 behind vision.
And again, that's just kind of the kind of game that you want to see. You want to see it even keel for a vast majority, and then there's one decisive fight that really starts the snowball rolling, and then you get, the past 3 minutes go by like a blur.
Yeah, because we didn't have that until 30 minutes, right, in the game. We had what could have been a decisive fight, but there wasn't really enough to make up for it, right? Each of those fights that actually took place, it was the dragon or the baron or whatever happened got taken down like at the beginning of the fight, right? So at that point, you're kind of just trying to gather your pieces and get out of there, because you've already figured out who the objective's going to go to. You've already gotten what you need when you came in here. And so maybe having a little bit more of a preparation for these fights instead of a sort of reactionary response, right? Being proactive about it and then trying to establish dominance and responding to an engage maybe is something that Harrisburg can do to take St. Clair off their game. But we'll have to see, and we'll have to see how the composition goes as we head into the pick ban phase.
You were saying this is probably going to be the most important part, and St. Clair definitely has studied Harrisburg. They came out with some very targeted bans to start things off last time. So we'll see if that's the case this time. And if the colors are to be believed, Harrisburg is still going to be in the blue.
That's what I expected for sure to come through out of here. Blue priority has been a thing for a long time. Occasionally you do get those moments of red priority where everybody wants to be on the red side. Just it has to do with really counter pickability. It honestly has to do with there being certain picks that blue side will absolutely take if they want to win the game, and then either getting those bans out or having the responses available, counter picks, right? Not really the case as of right now. So Harrisburg sticking with what works well for them, even though it was 32 minutes, they still came out ahead and are looking at taking the series if they can win this game number 2.
First ban's going to be going over to Harrisburg, but I'm just wondering, what do you take off in terms of a ban? St. Clair still goes with the Caitlyn pick, and then the Bard. This is pretty quick bans from both teams, now down to the last one.
Yep, the Kate is the same. You got the Bard as well. The Ivern was the third one for St. Clair. We had Olaf and Maokai. Maokai is the third one there for Harrisburg in the previous game. I wouldn't be surprised if the first 3 were honestly exactly the same. There, aside from the Aatrox, there was not one standout member really of Harrisburg that was completely taking advantage of things. Same can be said about St. Clair. The Zaya did incredibly well, but that's to be expected with Rock Boom on pretty much anyone.
Now St. Clair with the last all-crucial ban. Do they go with the same one they had last time? Do they dare tempt fate with allowing Mako to pick out that jinx, or do they take it for themselves and just, that's another way you keep it away?
Yeah, it depends on that first pick that Harrisburg decides to lock in. We already know they have ADC priority.
Oh, there goes the jinx.
Oh, the
there it
jinx
goes.
is taken. We do not want to give Mako access to that one, but like I said, he's got a deep enough champion pool. It's only 2 ADC bans, and then that one Bard taken away from Barlow, his favorite champion for sure. And likely his best. And hey,
there we
you
go.
talk about taking the jinx away. How about taking the Ivern away? Because that was St. Clair's 3rd ban in the last game.
Definitely a pick that Kid Beats is definitely familiar with. Mm-hmm. Of course, last time, I mean, the Ivern worked out well last game, but everything was also working out well last game, so it was hard to judge, exactly how much the Ivern contributed as opposed to every other lane that was put. How well did the jungler contribute when every lane was just doing good by themselves?
Absolutely. Yeah, because when you're talking about last week against Michigan Tech, the second game, Kid Beats did get his Ivern. And that was a heavy damage-dealing team that surrounded it. So you are going to need something like that as well to back up the rest of this. And St. Clair says, hey, if it ain't broke, no need to fix it. You got Isaiah, let's lock in the Recon. It worked well last time. Let's give ourselves that priority. And a Senna and a Neela. Haven't seen her in quite a while.
Harrisburg mixing it up a little bit. I was talking a little bit about, what I thought were kind of the main moments of the game, and obviously kind of the flashiest in my mind was Aatrox picking up the 700 bounty, but really Zaya, I think a little bit earlier as we see a Jax being hovered over by St. Clair and picked. I just want to say, probably about the 15-minute mark, you saw both bot lanes, they were really building up a huge bounty. And then around the 15-minute mark, that 350 gold bounty was stolen away by the Zaya and just really couldn't recover after that.
Yeah, no recovery available. I'm pretty certain that's, okay, so they changed the splash art and stuff. Is that not E? Oh, this game.
Meanwhile, we are seeing the first bans going through. We see a Sejuani ban being brought out by Harrisburg, and the Rumble still targeted by St. Clair. They desperately want to keep Ego away from one of his favorite picks.
I really don't know. Okay, I really don't know why they changed Jack's space to look like E's. I will say that one has thrown me off every single time. I do like the new splash, right? But still, I still see Yee's face hidden beneath that Jack, and then the Nunu. So this is literally exactly what I was talking about. You got the front line. It's good initiation. It's also really good damage.
Harrisburg now has a chance to pick 2. Round out their overall composition. I mean, I see what you're talking about and why did they change Jack's face, but this is also the game that has K-pop skins available as well. So I'm not going to be judging too much on, everyone has their own aesthetic that they want to go for. So if you don't like the way the default Jax looks, you've got so many other skins you could bring out.
That is a very good point. That's not going to change my splash art, though, Cassante is pulled out. As I'm talking about heavy damage and engage and soak ability, Cassante is one of those champions. I play a lot of ARAMs, I do. And I'll play anybody. I've got all the champs. Why not, right? That's why I play him, to learn. And also, I call it the original team fight tactics, because it really is just about team fighting. It's 5v5. It's one lane. You can't run away anywhere. There's very few bushes to divert vision. Cassante, I will play him and I'll just laugh. I'm like, this champion is absurd. This champion is nuts. Why is this a thing? Nunu is another one of those, though, that really has so much of an opportunity to do these cheeky little plays, whether it's hiding the bush and activating that ultimate and then popping off damage, or it is using the world's biggest snowball and getting that slide in and engage. But the things that I was kind of saying were lacking from St. Clair for that first game, the mobility, the engage, the front line, that front line damage, they checked all of the boxes for me, and they kept the Zyricon that did so well in the early game.
The only thing that's left to discuss was their final pick, which they went for LeBlanc.
Yeah, into the Syndra it makes sense, right? And they're probably going to be expecting a very similar style to how the first game was played, right? You have a lot more opportunity for early initiations and early engages from the jungles. I expect ganks, which is always fun for this game. But it's another situation where, you know, if I couldn't put money down on this one, but I am so much happier with sort of the cohesion behind St. Clair's composition compared to last game. I didn't really see you win con in the last game. It was just deal damage in the early parts and try to get early pressure everywhere. And they weren't really able to execute that. Now here, they have some fallback ability if they actually don't end up getting the, you know, early pressure they might be looking for.
And they were still able to keep it competitive for 30 minutes despite not having a great composition. So that has to make me think that we might see an even longer game being coming out right now, maybe getting into 40-minute territory.
Oh my gosh, don't say that. 40 minutes, I start wearing out the edge of the chair, right? I start having to find some blood pressure pills or something somewhere because it just gets really anxious at that point. Because then you're also looking down the barrel of the potential for a game number 3, right? And then that's where the stress really gets applied, especially when you're this far in the bracket. You're looking at the top 4 teams, you're looking at the semifinals, and you're looking at Maryville on the other side of the bracket, right? You know that you have to play your A game. You know it has to show up every single time, and it starts at that first minute. So I'm not going to be surprised if we have a lot more lulls going into this game to start the first 15 to 20 minutes. Nothing really too crazy. Honestly, something unprecedented would surprise me in the first 20 minutes more than if we have a 30-minute, 25-minute game, right?
Right. And well, I did hint earlier that League is that one game that we still haven't seen a Game 3 go to. It's been all sweeps in terms of the games that we've broadcasted on air. So it's the game that's due for a long one.
That's true. It is. I do think that there is a lot of thought behind that, though. When we're talking about a game like Rocket League, Overwatch, they're quick matches, right? We're not saying 35-minute games, potentially. And when you have to take your mental after a 35-minute game where you really engaged yourself, you really tried your hardest to support your team and do what you were supposed to do to execute your ring condition, to reset that mentality is a lot harder than to reset, oh, we went, 3 to 12 in Rocket League. Now we have a new 5-minute score. Let's just reset that mental. It's almost, it's a lot easier to do something like that than to try to recalibrate after being severely disappointed in yourself.
Yeah. I mean, let's say if a team gets up to a huge lead, 2 minutes in, they're up to a 5-0 lead in Rocket League, that's only 3 minutes that you really have to really stew and be behind. Even in League, if it's looking like the match is decided by 10, even by a fast standards, that's still 10 more minutes you got to spend in there.
At least to wait it out. And then you still have those glimmers of hope, right? Those moments of hope, and you have to hold on to those and rely on those, right? Push yourself through. You cannot just decide. I mean, when it comes to something like NACE Star League, you better not just be FFing right away, right when you get the opportunity to. Even though some of these teams might want to. At this point, hopefully, we don't see anything like that. The game might be decided at that point. But
While
as
we're
we're
waiting-
taking, oh, look at that. Are we watching, we're watching replays?
Yep, we are watching replays right now as we're waiting for the spectator delay just to, see all the different twists and turns this map took because, man, it was St. Clair, Harrisburg. After the initial 3 objectives, because St. Clair did claim all of those, but after that, it was just a trade for trade.
And it was such good play coming out of Rock Boom and Boschetti down here. Rock Boom's a madman. Rock Boom can do a lot. Has been in the scene for quite a while. And I am glad to see that the Zyricon was picked up once again because in the face of such a good bottom lane setup here, Makel and Barlow, they had the confidence, they had the pressure that they needed. Yeah, we got, a couple times Rock Boom got caught out, but for the most part, Boschetti did a great job of keeping that Zaya alive. And if you have these little minor buffs from the Lovers duo, hey, you might as well take advantage of those in the early game and get the pressure towards the Dragon, which is likely going to be St. Clair's objective again.
And that was the flash. That was just a nasty surprise on the other side. Completely took Auricular Flare out off guard. Quickly collapsed on him to open up some more pressure in the bot lane. And then it was around here I was saying 15 minutes, it was close to the 20-minute mark, but around here that the shutdown came out onto Rock Boom, if not this fight, then the fight after or shortly after. But after then, you really just kind of saw a runaway power of both the bottom and top lane come out, and no real bounty went on to Rock Boom quite after that.
No, I mean, he was still able to get some solid kills. But this is what I was talking about. I kept saying, where's Ego in the fights? Where's Ego? Why are they fighting without Ego? What is going on here? And once they realized, oh, okay, it's that easy. We have that much prowess within this final pick, blocked in by Harrisburg. Then St. Clair had to be really careful. They still focused on putting down good vision. They still focused on getting these objectives. And they had the opportunity for that Dragon Soul. Nobody actually reached that, though, because more focus was placed towards the Baron side and towards getting pressure in the mid lanes after that.
And that was kind of the last hurrah that we saw from St. Clair. That team fight happened around the 27-minute mark. From there on out, once it hit 30 minutes, Harrisburg won a few fights in a row, and then the interesting thing was that St. Clair really pushed in heavily toward Harrisburg's base at the very end of the stage. They took out a tower and inhibitor. Do you think that was the right call? Did they go in too soon for Harrisburg, or was just the power level at that so much that they just had to do something?
I think that was the right call for St. Clair. I think they did a great job. They put a lot of aggression in. You know, if you're going to beat Harrisburg when it comes to two compositions like that, you can potentially do it with a few mind games, right? And by getting that pressure, Harrisburg might step back and say, oh, maybe they are farther ahead than we expected. Maybe we don't have that upper hand on them. But Harrisburg was pretty aware of it. So it kind of felt like a done and dusted deal for St. Clair after we saw exactly what Ego could do in a 5v5.
Well, once again, you are watching the semifinals for League of Legends in the NACE Star League. Currently watching Harrisburg go up against St. Clair. We're also wondering to see who is going to emerge out of the Maryville-Purdue match. Favorites are for Maryville, though. They are the #1 seed, so a lot of people are assuming whoever wins against this is going to be going up against Maryville for the grand final. But hey, Purdue Northwest still ranked seeded 4. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. That is true. You know, we base things off a lot of trends here in collegiate esports, and if there is ever a trend, it is Maryville League of Legends wins. that has been a trend for a couple of years now, and while there are teams that have been able to stand up against them, in particular over the last few years, you've had Winthrop, you've had St. Thomas, St. Clair has done a good job against them, Harrisburg had a few standout moments. Nobody has really genuinely been able to hold a candle to this Maryville team, and I kind of have a feeling that things are going to maintain themselves that way unless they have a massive roster adjustment.
What's interesting is we talk about these schools so much of how they are titans, they can do well in every game, and that's true, but a lot of schools also in the NACE Star League for most of the season have had one game that's kind of been their weakness. St. Clair went out early in Rocket League. Fisher took a loss to Wichita State in Valorant. So this year has had some interesting surprises in that it hasn't just been, oh, it's Maryville, they're going to do good at every single game.
Right.
There have been some good upset victories here, and maybe we'll have one in League as we head into Game 2.
Maybe.
I'm trying to keep like you said, those little glimmers of hope, and then League does what League does.
Exactly.
And slams the door in your
They
face.
do exist. If there is one game that Maryville lives on, though, it is League of Legends. Their expectation is that they will be the best, and they have proven it time and time again, so it is not as though it's unfounded, that's for sure.
Let's head back down to Summoner's Rift. Minion spawns in 30 seconds, a little bit of a chance for everyone to position themselves, and we did see kind of a lot of hello highs at the very beginning of the first game, getting in each other's face, getting some good eye contact before the real gameplay got underway. Doesn't seem to be the case this time, though. They're pretty much divided into the upper and lower fours.
Nunu was exciting to see on board. LeBlanc, I'm excited to see. Definitely a pick into Pain Shell for St. Clair on this one. But like the main thing I was kind of acknowledging is late game team fight stage looks so much better for St. Clair. You get a Jax in there, you get a Nunu in there, there's a lot of crowd control, there's a lot of burst damage available. And right away, Ricky LaFleur says, hey, I'm in a much better position than last game. You better watch out, Ego.
And also the same thing because last game, you know, it was good to the 10-minute mark before we even saw the first blood, and you have to wonder, you know, if St. Clair's end game is really that good, Harrisburg cannot really afford to go at the same pace they did last time.
I want a faster game. I don't expect a faster game because of where we're at in the bracket.
Oh, talk about faster.
All right. I was going to say there's too much on the line. You get the flash from Barlow. You get the ghost as well from Maykel. Ghost in response from Rockboob. Some nice back and forth. That is one summoner, two summoners up. Forced inside St. Clair, though, because the heal was also burned by Barlow to try to keep things at a good position early on.
Also a bit of early engage in the upper, in the top lane as well.
Ego does have this in the latter half, but early on, Ricky Lafleur has a good cognizance here to say, I do more damage, I can also prevent more damage. Ego also on this Cassante. Cassante is a little bit squishier than you would kind of expect in the early parts of the game. Once he gets an item or two, he's hefty. It does not make sense how he's able to take as much damage as he does and also deal as much as he does, but you have to get to that point, and if Jax is able to shut him down early on, Ego will never be able to really get to that. Rockboom does not have the advantage that they had in the last game, though. They had massive priority. It looks like we already have Maddie coming through, though. This is another thing that I was saying I wanted to see is way earlier engage, maybe some ganks coming out. We saw Maddie navigating down there with the snowball, probably threw it and then walked the opposite direction. Willem wants some monsters to chew on in the meantime. Oh!
It's a big minion push all the way toward the tower. Gonna get the first bit of damage against that first turret plating, try to get an early gold lead going. WBC still, Ego still is BG, excuse me, still holding in terms of CS, considering how much pressure that Ricky Lafleur is pushing onto him. All he needs to do for now is just stay alive and keep the CS differential pretty close.
Wow. So that was a flash that was actually taken away from Kid Beats. Better to flash than give an early kill over to St. Clair, give them the first blood as well. There's no guarantee Kid Beats would have fallen there, but recognizing that Maddie was slowly coming up with, well, not slowly, but very quickly coming up with a snowball. A nice engage there with the grand entrance. It's too much damage onto Barlow, who is definitely going to go down, and once more it's the blade color, it's Rockboom who finds that first blood.
Simply not a player that you want that first blood gold to be going on. Here we can see a replay. And you were asking for the quicker ganks that certainly came in now.
Thank goodness.
So Maddie is answering that call.
He already tried. He's actually shown up quite a few times in that bottom lane. We saw Iron down there only one time. The expectation kind of behind that is maybe that you'll get more jungle camps. Look at Bakery Boy taking a lot, but the scatter the weak does send him back. So Kid Beats will not fall just yet. But man, that is a very juicy target.
HARRISBURG able to get the challenge, maybe disrupted.
At this point with this composition and with the opposition, HARRISBURG is essentially saying, we prolong this, and once again, the later this goes, the better we're looking on these fights. St. Clair has a lot of early game damage. Not to say they don't have late game prowess either, but when you're looking at the stacks of these ultimates being utilized on top of each other, the damage and the range that HARRISBURG could have and the all-in coming out of Ego, it's looking very promising. Whereas for St. Clair, they are putting a lot of aggression in because they have to right now. They need to find some pressure. They need to find some plates. They need to get an advantage that is going to sway them in the right direction to start things out. And that is a beautiful way to do it. Once again, it's Barlow. It's the double route coming through. Is Barlow going to be able to get out? Rockboom was not in range of the tower there? Excuse me? Hold on a second. I swear Rockboom should have, Rockboom was like kissing that thing, man. I swear he should have taken a tower shot or two, in which case Maykel absolutely would have gotten the kill, but now you gotta be careful if you're Maykel. You're very, very short on mana. You're trying to get a bit of a bait through here so that Kid Beats can get the initiation. But is it too risky? There's the blade caller. Rockboom gets some damage down. Maykel is only about 100 or 2 away from dying here. Kid Beats has revealed himself now. And I think the plan has really faltered at this point. Oh, there's the grand entrance. It's not going to be a double kill because you don't get the blade caller, but I don't really know what HARRISBURG was thinking there. I'm not going to lie, Jacob.
Yeah, stuck in there just a bit too long. Third plating also claimed for St. Clair. On top of that, Barlow getting pretty close there also. Everyone's channeling back, but closer than I would have expected. Seeing that he just needs to get back. So
this was interesting. At this point, Kid Beats revealed himself there, right? I mean, there's no way that Rockboom and Boschetti didn't see him. Boschetti, at that point, says, okay, I'm going to put a ward, right, in the tri-bush here so that mid lane can't come down. We have eyes on mid lane, though, because he's fighting Bakery Boy. And as soon as that ward went down and Boschetti said, okay, wait, Ivern's still just staying in that bush. He thinks we can't see him or he's waiting for the engage. Let me just grand entrance. And that CC chain of grand entrance into Ro4 being able to get out the Q, the feathers, and the blade collar, that's more than enough to get the damage necessary there. So really risky play coming out of Harrisburg, and nothing really came of it. Now Boschetti trying to counter this one. He's going to walk into two members here. Mako flashes over the grand entrance, so we'll avoid the extra damage there. Certainly something Boschetti is capable of, and now it's such a back and forth. The dash away by Ego to ensure the stun doesn't come through from Ricky Ro4. Just has that much more damage. You cannot allow a Jax with an ultimate to re-engage on you. It's all coming up Millhouse. Millhouse being St. Clair.
Being of St. Clair also getting a whole bunch more ultimates online. Maddie just crossing level 6. Now just about everyone has. There's still a few stragglers. I think Ro4's still at level 5, but everyone getting their ultimates starting to come online about now.
That was quite clean. I do think maybe Nickel thought they were within tower range. This is where Ego messed up. Ego, you were out. Ego, you had it. You were out of it. You were out of there, and you went back in. Cassante is not going to beat Jax in a 1v1 at this point in the game. Unfortunate to say, but that is absolutely the case, and this is looking really good for Jax. Once again, Ego, you're not going to be able to do enough damage. You've got a level down, and while it's looking pretty close, you have to imagine the burst is coming through from Ricky Ro4. In the meantime, there you go, the Dawning Shadow to come through. Barlow able to do a lot of damage. In is the Avalanche now. Is there enough to take down Maddie? The Blade Caller from Ro4 means there's one. Barlow, the follow-up target here. Barlow has to get out, but can't, and it will be a double kill. Give it over to Ro4, who is now sitting at 4-1-0.
Ido's going to get a little bit of backup brought up to him. Kid Beats also more turret plating on the docket for St. Clair. You know, we're kind of seeing a little bit of a similar thing. Even though St. Clair is doing a little bit better on the objectives, Harrisburg isn't too far back in terms of gold. They're just sitting on a 1K gold differential.
Oh, yeah.
And like you said, if Harrisburg is just trying to wait until the later game, then they're just kind of going to try to make this look like a copy of Game 1 and get at least to 20 minutes and then start making some big plays.
I will say, you know, definitely their objective here, but they've already made some crucial mistakes. Kid Beats has wasted a lot of time, so with how much we've seen Maddie in these lanes, Kid Beats should be doing better on CS. It does take a long time for Ivern to do that, but we should have seen at least a couple of solid keys. We haven't seen a good CC chain available from Kid Beats, which is something that he's able to provide. And knowing that Kid Beats, Ivern is one of his favorite champions, I'm kind of surprised at the sort of lackluster play that we've seen so far. It's hard to stand up to somebody like Nunu. He's going to be constantly engaging when you have to stay in the jungle. But those mistakes are still a little unprecedented. And oh my gosh, can they leave the bottom lane alone? Now Mako is going to be the one that's jumped on here. The Blade Caller is still available. Ro4 has used Ghost. Mako has his available. The ultimate out of Kid Beats. Barlow able to get a lot of damage down. That W is going to miss, and it's Ego versus Ricky Ro4. Again, they're finally on the same level. You're 9-9, but when it comes to items, Jax is going to have the advantage.
Harrisburg has been able to steal that Rift Herald out from under St. Clair, so they can use that. Maybe pick up a turret plating here or there for someone who really needs some gold, but right now in terms of bot lane, we might see a gank here coming out for Kid Beats.
Ooh, there is the Featherstorm. There's the Dawning Shadow. No Blade Caller to follow it up. Ro4 finally sends it out to try to maybe catch somebody, but it's Barlow who's the target because Maddie is in the wings. Not enough damage going down. Good job by Harrisburg to sort of deflect that one and say, you know what, we can stand up to this Nunu.
Of course, there's one channeling out, so they'll be able to push back and trade back a few turret platings.
There's just basically Nunu, there might as well be a lean-to for the Ivern. I was going to say tents. A lean-to for the Ivern and an igloo for Nunu and Willem down at the bottom. They're camping. They have set up camp on this bottom side. How many times have we seen Maddie engage with a snowball on this bottom lane? Like at least 5,
every
right?
time it looks like Harrisburg, has a 1-2 player advantage, we just see the snowball rolling in from the top, and it's like, nope, we got to back off.
It's like at least 5. I would say it's at least 5 times that we have seen, whether or not it has been followed up on, from like minute 3.
I mean, here it is again.
This time it's in the mid lane. At least, you know what? At least Maykel's like, fine, somebody else take it, okay? I'm done with dealing with this. Barlow's like, I'm sick of taking these snowballs so that my Neela can get out of the fight. Late game Neela though, when it comes to damage, she's going to absolutely decimate. She has to be safe though, and that is where, you know, the oh my gosh! Oh, pain
Where
shell.
was he?
In a shell of pain, that's for sure. There at the end, the flash back in on that one. Certainly not something that you want. The ultimate didn't even get enough damage down to take a kill. Bakery Boy's still feeling really comfortable. Uh-oh, now Barlow, Kid Beats have to be careful. Nice shield there, meaning Barlow doesn't take any damage, really. And Barlow is going, you know, deciding to opt for a bit of the early tankier portions of items, which is a very smart thing to do when you have a Nunu engaging upon you this many times. Whoa!
Gemtech Dragon now being in the second slot. Still a lot of options open for who's actually going to be Soul.
Bakery Boy certainly coming out ahead in these matches. Ricky Ro4 just taking no damage right now. Poor Ego's like, I just need 2 items. Just let me get to 2 items. He does deal a decent amount of damage with that one, the Jack Show, now locked under his belt. But with the Divine Sunder on the other side, the tankier this, you know, Ego gets, Ricky Ro4 says, that's fine, bring it on. I can rip through you, I can deal additional damage, and he's still got that Doran shield for now to try to resist a little bit. Completed item in the mid as well. Syndra does not have hers yet.
Tech will be the dragon brought out, altering the arena, getting those hex gates out there.
2 dragons as well for St. Clair already. Very reminiscent of game 1, like you were talking about earlier, Jacob.
2 dragons, 1 Rift Herald.
But this time, Harrisburg doesn't have to recover on Rift Herald.
And the Rift Herald also was just, it almost seems like that was just trying to salvage the fight that had already happened, because Pain Shell just went down so fast. The Rift Herald was able to take out a few turret lanes on top of that, but overall in terms of damage, I mean, that mid lane tower isn't looking too damaged in the health of any other of their lanes here, so unfortunate they weren't able to get better charge off that.
Yeah, and you know, not all the plates. That's the other side of something, is we don't have a first tower having gone down yet. You kind of hope that before that 14-minute mark, when the plates fall off, that, you know, hopefully you use it to engage on something, but he's going to be able to do some damage in response to this, though, because Kid Beats is there in the wings. Pretty easy to tell when a bush is there, when it's not supposed to be. So Ego says, all right, hey, I got an Ivern available. Don't worry, my tree buddy has my back. St. Clair, though, has a pretty easy opportunity to engage on the second Rift Herald, of which, you know, she is, I believe, I would assume is the twin sister of Shelly. So I like to call her Kelly. But I do know
I
that
prefer Nelly, but
no,
there are a lot of different
Shirley
rhymes.
Shirley is the one that you know, the LCS usually talks about. I know there are a lot of casters that like Shirley, but I just like the Shelly.
Well, they'll trade the Rift Herald for 1 tower in the bot lane.
A little over a 1K gold lead now, so that's a big number for us at the moment. It's not in the hundreds, it is over 1,000. 16 minutes into the game, again, negligible though. So we have to see exactly where this can be taken and who gets that first tower. I think that is going to, for St. Clair, I think that is going to make a big difference here, because now they have to really focus on trying to prevent this Neela and this Senna from pressuring the bottom anymore.
Mako really hasn't been able to keep pace. I mean, 2/3 of St. Clair's eliminations have just gone on to Rock, who already has that bounty placed on him.
4-1-0. As a Zion, man, that feels good. I wish there were more Gale Force champs. You know, it's going away, guys. I have been a Gale Force gamer, like literally there's like a tag and everything. I've been a Gale Force gamer for a very long time. And so I I feel so sad that it is going away.
Ooh.
Bakery Boy?
They
No way.
right into the
No
snowball.
way. Bakery Boy gets out of that one.
They're like, you know, I've backed off the snowball for 2 minutes. The best way to deal with my fear is just to face it head on. I accept what's coming to me.
It is a Radiant Virtue for the Nunu, so it's not like it's going to do massive amounts of damage. It's more at this point about the crowd control, about the fear kind of that you mentioned there, that he's trying to instill, because that thing is intimidating. It is
Thing
a
they have to
massive
fear
ball.
is fear itself.
Except there's no fears in this one. No fiddlesticks, no Vexes available on this game. Wow,
Oh,
the
that's a
damage
lot of
on
damage.
Jamaica. I don't know what you're thinking there. Mila versus LeBlanc will not go in favor of Mila. Like, I can safely say that one is not gonna be for you. But the Dawning Shadow on top of them and Kid Beans in the back so that they get the additional healing is very, very helpful for Harrisburg. That's gonna be their win condition on these. The Charm over to Pain Shell. It's gonna have to flash away. Can the Blade Caller get enough damage? It doesn't even need it because Rock Boom has those autos and has the additional range on that. Means we've also got the lane swap. Ego now on the bottom trying to defend this lower tower.
He is bumped up onto Rock Boom, onto 350 now. And everyone from the top lane retreats as well. So St. Clair will have free reign of all the lanes for a bit.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Let's take another look at that fight. Kippies comes in at the perfect time. Daisy comes in at the perfect time. Maybe she's not able to do as much maybe as Kippies would have liked, but it's helpful to have another body there. And this one's unfortunate. As soon as the flash comes through and you see how much damage is being dealt by the Sire, you're like, well, I just wasted a summer spell, unfortunately. Because it is possible that Pain Shell could have tried to fight that one under the tower and use the flash to hop to the other side to get another tower shot or two off on a Rock Boom. Instead, trying to just take the escape route, and it didn't end up working. So that one certainly hurts if you are Harrisburg or you are Pain Shell.
Everyone has their sights set on this dragon. Mikhail also catches out Battery Boy. Bakery Boy, excuse me.
Pain Shell uses the ultimate and does so little damage to Bakery Boy. It's very unfortunate. You certainly feel like, I mean, you don't feel like a proper Syndra when you unleash power and there's very little power available.
St. Clair is just going to be happy that they were able to pick up the dragon, didn't have to give up anyone for it.
Now 20 minutes in the game. St. Clair ahead by about 3,000 gold. They do have 2 towers now over Harrisburg's 1, and Harrisburg was able to get the first tower. So sort of what I was alluding to earlier, St. Clair has a lot of responsibility based on where they are able to get their next towers, and they managed to not only secure them in the right places to get extra pressure towards the top half of the map, but they've been finding fights along the way that have resulted in them picking up additional kills. Pain Shell's going to take that snowball, not a lot. That teleport is going to send back the remaining members of St. Clair. Can Maykel and Barlow get there in time? They do have a considerable amount of range. Maybe not Maykel, but is not going to be the case. It's a nice little dash over the wall. St. Clair escapes with their lives and a lot of gold in their pockets. She went Quick Blades, whatever. I get it. I get the Quick Blades, you know. Featherstorm is a ridiculous ultimate, especially when you have as much damage available as Harrisburg does. But still, that quick reposition to either get the extra damage or readjust yourself so that the Blade Caller just swipes right through everyone. I mean, there's nothing more satisfying. Ooh, nice. Taking a look at that gold. Almost a 2,000 gold lead from Rock Boom in particular, who we were watching last game and this game. Otherwise, not a huge difference aside from just over 1,000 in favor of this Jax, who's been performing very well up against a Cassante, who is just waiting for the late game like the rest of Harrisburg at the moment. I mean, we're at 21 minutes in, we're almost there, right? Mm-hmm. We are almost to what I would officially consider the late game. But they haven't covered enough ground, basically. They're not able to initiate late game early on as they were hoping to with this composition. It's going to set their entire game plan back. Harrisburg has to be so safe, has to be so scared around all of this. They have so much vulnerability. Essentially, it's kind of just like the last game. They need Ego. They need Ego to be part of these. And unfortunately for Harrisburg, Ego is not fed like in the last game.
Yeah.
So Ego before didn't just provide this big body, but also provided a lot of damage and, you know, insight of fear in St. Clair. Now, any 2-3 members of St. Clair can find anyone on the side of Harrisburg and say, all right, we have the upper hand. Harrisburg is literally playing this out in the longest way possible. And they're gonna have to continue to be safe. They're gonna have to continue to focus on vision, which they are laying down, but it's still in favor of St. Clair and really has been since the beginning. Also, look at those numbers. 0-1-0, 0-0-0, 0-2-0, 1-2-1, 1-2-1. Those are rough. Like if I'm on a team, if I'm in a ranked game and it's 23 minutes in and this is where we're looking, I'm like, ugh.
Yeah.
Can like either let's win a team fight or let's just like they need to end it. Just let them end it so we can GG next. Nice root there onto Maddie though, and it's gonna be a lot of damage. In comes the pull. Maykel continues with the engage. There's the Dawning Shadow, a teleport coming from either side. St. Clair's will arrive first, and it is Bakery Boy who's going to try to deal some damage, but Kidbeats is not the target they were looking for as Maykel gets a nice free position into the bush. Good engage. The ultimate from Ego as well as the Ghost, but the Blade Caller finds 3 members, and Rockboom is on a rampage. Don't dismiss the Zaya. Come on, those feathers do a lot more than you would think. If someone throws a feather at you in real life, there's nothing like those blades. Daggers, feather daggers, I suppose.
Another turret goes down against Harrisburg. The most momentum they've had is just one elimination already. Already, the inhibitor turret's being focused in top.
They have a good chance for Soul, though. That's what Harrisburg is trying to prevent. As we can see here, Hex Drake has dropped. St. Clair has a good position here. Harrisburg trying to stop them. All 5 members will congregate on the area, and they have split off Bakery Boy, but that's okay. It's exactly what a Wonk wants here. Rockboom on the front side of things. Barlow just trying to get some autos off, some damage off onto them. Harrisburg is going to initiate the start on this Dragon. They are doing quite a bit of damage, but Maykel needs to have an opportunity to get some damage down. In goes Boschetti. Out comes the Nunu ultimate. Ego taking way too much damage, not able to soak up what is necessary here. Rockboom finds an unstoppable. That's a double kill. Let's give him a triple kill. You know what? Why not the Quadra? Because he is capable of taking that without losing a single member for St. Clair, and they managed to get the Dragon Soul. We're looking like a game 3 is primed and ready here.
Absolutely devastating for Harrisburg, and now they're moving slowly up to add Baron also to the list of their prizes. Now a whole bunch of objective bounties still up for Harrisburg. Game saying, do something, anything. I'll throw gold at you, just do something.
This was real rough for Ego. So if we watch here, Ego goes back to try to say, all right, I'm gonna pull aggro, I'm gonna try to get some damage down onto this back line. He couldn't move. And the worst part about that is Harrisburg, during the time that Ego was out there soaking up that damage, the rest of them were supposed to be able to deal damage. Maykel was supposed to be able to proc as much off as possible. Doesn't have the range available. Pain Shell is 0-3-0. Barely has 2 items here in a flat Dark Seal. I mean, you're not looking at any damage that Harrisburg is required to have. Actually get ahead here. And that's where St. Clair, it's almost written in stone at this point that St. Clair will have the advantage on every single one of these fights. They have the upper hand in damage. They have the upper hand in engage. They have the upper hand to take. At the Harrisburg kind of is just like letting sand fall through their fingers at this point. There's nothing.
Slowly making our way toward that 30-minute mark. Still a real possibility that this game lasts as long as the first. They're already starting to push that snowball. It's going to hit the first turret. Not do any damage at this point, but right now Harrisburg has to make sure that they don't let any of their inhibitor turrets fall. They've got to play this safe to be able to survive just a little bit longer. Things are really piling up against them. 9K gold lead now up for St. Clair.
Hey, it's only 27 minutes in. I mean, last game, we were about 30 minutes and still it was looking like a 1K gold lead.
Yep.
Now St. Clair has every possible advantage. Ego's gonna try to do what he can. Nice job pulling Boschetti under the tower, but Ego takes just as much damage, and Boschetti's gonna be able to battle dance his way out of that one. Featherstorm. Nobody called to follow it up. That was really just a reposition out here for Ro4, but he stopped from Rory Quick Blade, so he's more than okay with allowing that cooldown to go down. Now Ego, once again, taking a little bit too much damage. The Unstoppable goes in, trying to use that ultimate, the Dawning Shadow on top of it. Mako manages to find one. Ego still alive. Ro4 will eventually fall, but on the backside, Ricky LaFleur says, hey, I'm a Jax. What are you guys doing? Goes under 2 towers, able to flash away now, just trying to run from Barlow, Kid Beast, and Mako, but there's a Nunu in the wings available for backup. It's Mako, though, manages to shut down, picks up additional gold, and somehow, someway, Harrisburg come out of this fight ahead. Pain Shell's just a body at this point, poor thing.
Yeah, 0, 4, and 1. Ouch.
Never feels good.
I mean, Mako is starting to get something going with a 5-3-1. The problem is you're going up against a 10-2-1. So.
Exactly.
You know, and I think the main thing is, like you've been saying so much, Ego just doesn't have anything right now.
Yeah, that was a good, I got to give it to Ego on that fight, though. You know, Ego jumped in, managed to stay alive, and allow the rest of the team to do what was necessary there. Items certainly stacking in favor of St. Clair, though, as that gold lead continues to climb. They continue to have just the additional prowess thanks to that Dragon Soul. And the biggest thing for me at this point now is towers. We're looking at 8-1. I mean, even if Harrisburg wins like 3 fights in a row, they can't recover enough to make a huge impact on the outcome of this game. St. Clair just needs a little bit more pressure, and they're able to close this one out. They take down 1 to 2 members of Harrisburg, and they should be fine.
Now the first inhibitor is going to be going down. St. Clair moving their way toward the final phase of this match, driving us to a game 3, looks like. More inhibitors go down, gonna focus down everything, then move on to the Nexus turrets, and at this point, all Pain Shell can do is just watch on in agony. And that does it. St. Clair takes game number 2, and we're going to be heading to a game 3, which I feel guilty for, because I was the one like trying to say that we're overdue for it in Liga game 3, and then here we are.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. We see it. Top 4 to be expected. I apologize. I've been jingling and jangling in your guys' ears. It's more for me to keep track of myself. You know, like when I run around, I wear so many chains that I'm like a dog. I swear I'm louder than a dog. You can just hear me coming from a mile away. But I apologize if that has been interrupting.
You would not be able to hide in the bushes at all if you were actually in League. They just
Absolutely
listen for
not.
the jingling.
Oh yeah, very easy. I'd probably just pop out in excitement anyway, like I'm over here. But hey, we're excited to see a game 3, right? I will never complain about a game number 3 here, and I will say once more, I kind of feel like compositions played out the end parts of that game. No matter how well it felt like it was going for either of those teams in the early parts, did feel like Harrisburg was kind of stalling things out to start. It just didn't matter, because when it came down to the initiation, the aggression, and the frontline soakability, Casante is not enough.
And that was the main thing that you pointed out as being the deficit for St. Clair. They fixed it up in game 2 and came away with a very heavily lopsided win.
It's almost as though I know what I'm talking about, occasionally. Because I do eat my own words a lot of the times, but I will be the first to point that out. However, in the current meta, when it comes to compositions the way they are, if you are playing strictly for the early game and you don't have a fallback win condition, you're setting yourself up for, pretty much failure. I want to say, it's not like you can't take the early game. The potential's there. But if you know how the enemy team plays, you know that Rock Boom's on the other side, you know that a lot of the prowess is in the bottom lane, and you're still facing up against a Zaya Rakan, you need something other than Ivern. As much as I hate to say it, I love the Ivern, it did not help at all this game.
It's been the junglers that have been a consistent thorn. We haven't found anything that, has, both teams have kind of tasted defeat in that regard, and they need to find something really fast to be able to. I think that might be the final keystone, because we're fixing problems in composition, We just need to make sure the jungler works out, and maybe the team that figures that out is going to be the team that actually takes the whole game.
Yeah, we had the adjustment more for like the top side, right? Well, the top of the jungle for St. Clair. It's like St. Clair heard me, and they're like, okay, cool, we need to change this. And I didn't remind Harrisburg, but don't not do that also. You know, keep in mind, you did it right the first time. You're going to want to do it again. I think they got a little bit too confident based on how well the second half of the first game went, that they were like, okay, let's just go with the damage. But until, like, if you can't stack that damage up, if Cassante falls behind as your primary, like, frontline engager, the damage isn't going to come through. You've got a Xayah who's got massive range and really good crowd control with Rakan against a Mila who isn't going to be able to, even if she's going to deal more damage in the long run, like in the later game, she won't be able to if she's not up there in your face smacking you with a whip, right? You can't do that when there's crowd control like a Nunu and a Jax and a Xayah and a Rakan, and that's not even to talk about a LeBlanc that's going to be eating your butt the moment that you come into step.
Yeah, it just was rough for Harrisburg all around, but now we get to see who is going to make it, and this is exactly what we were expecting with the number 2 seed going up against 3, and whoever wins this is most likely going to go up against number 1. So St. Clair, Harrisburg, and Maryville just sitting atop the throne of League of Legends right now.
Yeah, it's expected, I would say, but there's still a massive possibility that we have, you know, some minor upsets. I think at the end of the day, when you're in top 4, unless seed 4 beats seed 1, you know, it's hard to call anything an upset, right? If seed 3 beats seed 2, it's okay. Well, they were fighting for second place anyway. They're really close where it is. And we can see that as these games have played out. Very, very even across the table. Really strong points and weak points for both teams, I would say. Whether you're talking about the bottom lane, which I was expecting Harrisburg to really take advantage of. I guess you can't do that when you've got Rock Boom, so you're going to need somebody in the jungle who's able to engage early on. That's what St. Clair did. They grabbed the Nunu. We saw Nunu, like I said, set up a
every single time.
Every possible moment he was in there ganking, and he needed to do that to get pressure on the bottom, not just for the additional kills, but to grab those dragons early on, to force Harrisburg to have to navigate and work around the dragon spawns so that it wasn't just a free soul to St. Clair, and it was anyway. So when you're dictating the state of the game that much with your compositions, then maybe it goes back to the compositions.
Do you have just a general favorite that you want to, like, do you dare predict who's going to take game 3? Because I might be leaning slightly towards St. Clair, to be honest.
Well, that makes it pretty easy for me, right? Like I can just.
Yeah, you can do the opposite.
Very easy.
We got.
You know, I love Harrisburg as a school. Harrisburg as a school, as a team, is fantastic. The director, Zoo, is one of my, Tanner is one of my personal friends. I think he's a great guy. He's done a lot for the program, and since, again, I was just at Harrisburg, the Esports Invitational, they offer a lot of support to collegiate esports, so I really like that. St. Clair, though, you know, representing Canada, right? There's not a lot of teams here that get to rep Canada, but if you're picking St. Clair, easy peasy.
It's Toronto Blue Jays
I'm going with the
situation.
Storm.
You know, you're one of the few, and you got to represent the whole the whole country.
Exactly. So yeah, I would think that Harrisburg can take this one, but you gotta kid beats. I'm sorry, you got to give up the Ivern for this team up against this team unless you're gonna make a composition focused around it. It's not worth it for you to stay in the jungle that long.
And then really no moments. I mean, there were so many times in the first game in which the game was basically evened up, and there wasn't even one of those moments for Harrisburg, at least in game 2. It was just consistently trailing.
Yeah, they kind of poised in some okay positions, but there were far more mistakes than I expected. I mean, you heard me. I said at one point during the game, I don't know what Harrisburg is doing. And it was specifically at the moment that Kid Beats was sitting there in the jungle, trying to maybe find an initiation on the bottom side, right? On that, not the tri-bush, but the farther back bush behind tier 1 tower, revealed himself, and then went back into the bush and was like, they didn't see me, I'm good, I'm fine. Nobody saw me, right? When they very clearly did. Yeah. You can't make those mistakes. St. Clair's gonna really take advantage of every single one of those.
Yeah, Kid, he was the main one that was just getting bullied constantly.
And there's not a lot you can do about an Ivern getting bullied constantly when there's a giant snowball and a big monster guy with a little kid riding him on the other side.
Yeah. You know, the snow is just going to kill any greenery that there is
Right,
pretty
yeah,
darn fast.
Daisy, unfortunately, you can't jump on Daisy. You can't ride Daisy around. And that's the other thing. How many times do we see Daisy? Like 2? Daisy
Count it on one hand.
massive for team fights. Absolutely huge. Daisy could not get in there. Ivern couldn't even get close enough to throw Daisy down to say, hey, now we have an additional damage soaker, which could have changed those games. Cassante on the front side and Daisy, they're great. That's extra damage. That's an extra body, right? Even for just a quick moment, it's like a 6v5 scenario. No, not when you got as much range and crowd control as you do on the opposite side. So the damage, range, crowd control, basically you stack those 3 up in the current meta. You're good. You're solid. You cannot sacrifice really any of those for one or the other.
And another moment that really stood out to me was Painshell in the mid lane. There was an engagement where I thought for sure he was going to flash back, but instead flashed forward right underneath the foot of the tower.
Like 3 of them. That might have been I sincerely hope that was a misplay. Also might have been a misplay going with the blind Syndra, because then you give the opportunity to the opposing mid lane to take like a LeBlanc. And LeBlanc against a Syndra is going to have a very easy time. And then you throw Nunu on top of that. That means you have to scatter. You have to waste the scatter weak on the Nunu as he's coming with a snowball. Either that or take snowball to the face and then just take a ton of burst damage from LeBlanc. You don't really have a choice there. So that made things really difficult too. Maybe that's another side of it, right? Give a little bit of priority, give an attempt at getting the counter pick to mid lane. And there might be a much bigger chance for HARRISBURG to find a bit more success instead of focusing so hard on bottom.
Yeah, that is true because even in a sense, even in a game that like the one we just saw where HARRISBURG was consistently trailing, eventually Maykel was able to build up a positive KDA. Now the main thing is like the KDA was double on the other side, but still, you know, the Rockboom and Maykel are just so talented. Also,
Yeah.
It's like you could ban so many from them. They still got a choice in the back pocket they can bring out.
Exactly. So maybe give them a little bit, let them fall back. Sure, feel free to lock in, I guess, if you really want the Jinx early on. I think that one's okay. But it got banned out for this game. If it doesn't come through, I would say putting something on priority like a Neela early on is a big risk to take. So, coming into game number 3, it is once more, if everything is correct here, HARRISBURG on the blue and St. Clair on the red. Both have found success and both have found loss on the current sides that they are on.
Oh, and we finally see the ban go through by HARRISBURG. You're going to have to play something else, Rockboom.
Maokai was one of the bans as well that was coming through, but if I'm not mistaken, wasn't that HARRISBURG that was banning out the Maokai? It was. HARRISBURG was banning out the Jarvan, the Olaf, and the Maokai, at least for that second game that we saw. So they're deciding they want to go with the Maokai. Hey, you know what Maokai offers? Sustain, frontline damage, engage. Those are checking some boxes that I like to see right away.
Sejuani, first pick for St. Clair.
That's a good one too. We saw the Sedge ban in the second phase from HARRISBURG in that last game. The Rel as well. Bit of respect coming out there. I don't think they actually anticipated it being picked up, but would have worked well into the previous team as well. Sejuani offers a lot of the same nuances as Nunu when it comes to the early game, being able to engage. And hey, look at it, it's Master Jax.
Yep. Which really, in the first game, as far as the top lane is concerned, you had Ego run away with it. Then you had Jax run away with it too. So both of them have been just kind of an unstoppable force in top.
Yep.
And St. Clair's going to still get their preferred pick, the Jax. So
Counter picks available. The Jace. So, still resorting to heavy damage, right, for HARRISBURG on the top side of the map. There's the tiniest bit of flexibility with Jace. I really don't consider it anymore. There used to be a time where Jace could be brought into the mid pretty easily. Not so much anymore. I would like to see a flex pick come out of HARRISBURG, maybe. A flex pick, we saw one earlier on come out of St. Clair. It was immediately negated because they picked the Rakan right after the Rel, but still. Nico should give a little bit more playtime for HARRISBURG to have in the early parts of the game. Yeah, and just like games 1 and 2, it's going to be a slow start based on the first picks here.
It's a pick they're not unfamiliar with. Painshell went up, used Nico in the first round against Michigan Tech, so they definitely have some experience playing with Nico. Also went against the Nico in the second round of Michigan Tech.
Silas. I like what St. Clair is working with here. Just based on these 3 picks, I'm feeling St. Clair's composition a little bit more, I gotta say. We'll see how they round it out. We'll see if either team provides more. Well, St. Clair has enough frontline engage. Right there. Jax, Silas, Sejuani, plenty, right? You've got sustainability, survivability. You've got some good long-range damage as well as the, once you decide to go in, you can put your foot down, you can send the pedal to the metal, and you are dedicated to that one. Harrisburg needs to come out with something that is going to throw them off of that game plan, maybe a little bit more crowd control available, because Maokai does offer some, Nico does offer some, Jace is not going to. He's going to be able to do some long-range damage, some poke. And yeah, he can jump in when he doesn't have the cannon. He can use the E to get the throwback. But it's way too risky for a Jace to hop into the likes of those 3.
Lucian final band being brought out by Harrisburg. St. Clair now going to start off the final few picks.
It was a Callista and a Lucian, and a Senna and an Ashe. A Sivir. All right, I haven't seen Sivir in a while. I think Sivir is kind of underrated. She does have a basic kit. She has a built-in spell shield. That is absurd. She also has one of the longest range abilities that can go through minions as well with that boomerang. And the ricochet when it comes to late game, very, very clean. Now there's some good bursty damage that we can follow up with the Jace and the Nico here. Aphelios is a solid pick. I do feel like I have to see from Harrisburg, I need to see a tanky-ish support in the bottom. I need to see something with some crowd control and some survivability or sustainability right now, because otherwise Harrisburg is not looking good up into this composition that St. Clair has so far picked. Okay, all right, we'll see.
The polite way of saying I was expecting something different.
Yeah. Okay, granted, you do have really good crowd control, right? Rakan offers a lot of good CC. And he's got a lot of good jump in, jump out, which is something that Harrisburg likes to do. They've got a Nico, they've got a Jace. They're already kind of feeling that for the style. But maybe I would have preferred something like that. Something like what St. Clair now has locked in. Sivir and Nautilus is a nasty combination. So just like I said before.
I mean, how many times have you been in draft trying to think of the perfect pick? You pick something you think is going to work, and then the other team, immediately you're slapping your face going, ugh.
And I don't know if, based on the way that Barlow plays, I don't think he's feeling that right now, but I do think he might end up feeling that as the game plays out. Because that's a lot of tanks. That's a lot of frontline. It's a lot of damage that is available as well for the side of St. Clair. So it all comes down to this.
Well, while we wait for the spectator delay, we want to remind you that LA Comic-Con producing an expansive and exciting gaming, esports, and anime experience in the West Hall of the Los Angeles Convention Center on December 1st through 3rd. Your pass gets you access to gaming stage tournaments, stream studio or favorite streamers, the free play zone with the hottest PC and console games, and the mix with over 10 indie games and devs on site. You can use the promo code LEVELOFF for $5 off your gaming pass. Much I said during the last stream as well, if you do happen to attend this, make sure that even though you're at LA Comic-Con, don't miss out on the Nace Starley Grand Finals as well. Pull that up on your stream while you're playing, because that is going to be a great show to see.
They probably got Wi-Fi there. I'm sure they got Wi-Fi.
Oh yeah, LA Comic-Con.
Yeah. It's a big convention center. I'm sure they do. And yeah, the League of Legends portion, I know they have on, at least last year, they had on a big main stage. There's a nice little sit-down area, so you can very easily just kind of prop your phone up right next to you and keep an eye on multiple games that are playing, because everything's going to be incredibly exciting as we have lots of in-person events going on, all over the place during that weekend.
The first of December. Yeah, it's really loaded.
Which is good, because a lot of people are settled down, right? They're waiting for the seasons to pick back up. They're like, all right, we've got our breaks coming up next week. So people get to come back from breaks at school. You get to jump right into another big tournament. Maybe some people are taking a bit of a trip as well, coming out here to Boise State. You never know.
So of this roster that you're seeing here, who Who needs to most step up here if their team is going to win?
For Harrisburg, it's kid beats. I was already talking about requiring a little bit more involvement from the jungler here. I feel like I have not said Kid Beats' name nearly enough unless I am saying Kid Beats has fallen or Kid Beats is going down. St. Clair in that last game performed incredibly well. Maddie in the jungle picked up every single thing he might have possibly needed. Rock Boom has been performing so very well. I mean, you know, I could talk about the fact that maybe there's really nobody. Everybody played so well in that last game for St. Clair. Everybody. Like, I feel like the recognition of where they stood in those matchups was very apparent, and it was clean. So I just keep doing what you're doing, St. Clair. Harrisburg, you know, try to scuff it up a little bit, I guess. Try to clean that up just because the jungle is now Sejuani on the other side. Mm-hmm. There's going to be a lot of engages again. The best you can hope for is, you know, whiffs of the Sejuani ultimate, right? You just keep your fingers crossed on that, but there's no guarantee.
I mean, when you're expecting that they whiff their ultimate as your win condition.
I just expect Sejuani always whiffs the ultimate. She almost never, like, come on, seriously with it. How many times does that ultimate actually hit? Very rarely, right? It's kind of particular, but when it does, it's a lot of damage. It's a massive amount of crowd control. The stacks of crowd control and frontline engage that St. Clair has, it's like, seriously, I swear they heard my my disparity, and they not only did they pick some good choices for that, but they locked in 3 that are like 4 that are exactly
I mean,
that.
by the time the second bans were being chosen, you were like, we could just play these 3 and we're
that's
fine.
it. Yep. This 3v3 is going in favor here. Let's take another look at that bracket, though, to see where everybody came from. Maryville, of course, no big surprise in that first seed. Took down Converse, who has been trying so darn hard. I want to see Converse do well, but this is not their event. Purdue Northwest, of course, going to go up against Maryville as the 4th seed there, who took down Oklahoma Christian. And then on the other side of the bracket, where we are currently sitting, the lower side of the bracket here, Harrisburg and Michigan Tech. Michigan Tech did fall, so Harrisburg right now is going up against St. Clair, and we do have that game number 3. Bethany just falling a bit behind. I think Bethany is the only school actually that in the earlier parts of this bracket took a single game. So that one wasn't a sweep, St. Clair versus Bethany.
All right.
This one also won't be a sweep, obviously, but maybe St. Clair will come out ahead again.
Yes, maybe, and it's all to reach that grand final taking place at the Boise State Esports Arena in Boise, Idaho, December 1st through 3rd. Again, that one weekend where everything is happening all at once. So
Yep.
whether you're going to LA Comic-Con or, not, there's plenty of stuff that you can attend.
Plenty of stuff. Yeah, seriously, I'm kind of worried about how Twitch is going to look that day. It's going to be overloaded.
That is true.
But it's always fun to have multiple in-person events, right? And especially across different parts of the country, we don't have a lot of events here. I mean, this is a state-of-the-art arena. Come on, hopefully this is the start of something nice.
Yeah.
For the arena for Boise State, but it also means that maybe some new faces are going to show up, maybe some new inspiration for some of the other teams as well, some of the other schools that haven't invested as much into varsity esports or just esports in general.
Compared to last year's, the last year's host for the NACE Grand Finals, it's a lot longer of a trip for a lot of people. I mean, St. Clair, Harrisburg, Maryville, all of them are going to have long flights ahead of them and maybe a bit of jet lag as well to deal with.
That is very true. Actually, even just over the summer, it was farther, towards the Midwest, towards the east side of the country. But hey, it's a nice reason to visit the mountains, I suppose. Right?
It's so weird too. It's just having such a wide country, just dealing with the time zones. I mean, when you look at broadcasts coming from other countries, like say in Europe like if there's an election, they say, and here is the exit poll.
Yeah.
And it's like this is the results because everyone's in the same time zone. But then you go here, it's like okay, 7, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, all the way up to 2 a.m. A 6-hour differential where people are still voting. It's just one of the unique things about North America, and it's going to be fun to see how teams adapt, traveling all the way to Boise for the finals.
That is true. There's not a lot of events in the Pacific Northwest, though, right? Including, you've got like Oregon, Washington. You'd think that there'd be more things in Seattle. Apparently, people don't like to travel to like the dreariest place in the U.S. Well, look at that. But I think a lot of people would be pleasantly surprised with, with how beautiful the Pacific Northwest really is.
It really is. You mentioned something. Not a lot of events happen. You just look at how the general regions have been divided up in NACE, and in some of the games you have you have East 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, and then West Central 1 and 2.
Yep. Yep. It's there's okay. People are like, oh, there's not a lot going on out there, right?
Yeah.
That's most of the time, and especially when I go to events all over the country to do broadcasts. Everyone's, where are you from? Oh, I'm from LA. Oh, I'm from Dallas.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm from Chicago. All this stuff, and I'm like, I'm from Boise, and they're like, what?
They
what?
have internet
What?
there?
Yeah. What are you doing out there? Like, didn't you guys just discover the wheel? It's like, yeah, we can make those jokes, but you guys can't make.
My
those
favorite
jokes.
part is whenever there's a football game in Boise, because the biggest thing going for it, the Smurf turf.
Yes.
But then you have a national channel like ESPN covering it, and what do they choose? They don't choose the stadium. They don't choose downtown. Not even a general city street. Pester of cows, the fence. We're out here.
People are going to be
in the
surprised when they realize
podunk.
we do have a downtown. We
Yes.
do there are some buildings taller than your house, if you would be surprised enough at that, yeah. But yeah, it's exciting, a little bit of expansion. And thanks to NACE as well for making these decisions and kind of devoting a lot of their efforts to helping grow areas all over the United States for collegiate esports, because it doesn't all just exist in California, right? It doesn't all just exist in Texas, as a lot of people would have you believe or might try to convince you of. And that's why we love to see a lot of these schools that are popping up. So sometimes out of nowhere, or certain schools that are saying, all right, you know what? Let's invest in the esports scene and let's see what we can do. And a lot of those schools do a lot better than they would expect, and they get to devote a lot more to that because they start to gain some national recognition. And it's pretty easy to do now in collegiate esports.
And it's always nice to see a little bit of that international competition as well, as we're seeing right here.
Yes.
Harrisburg going up against St. Clair to decide who is going to get a ticket to the grand finals, which we have just talked exhaustively about. It's all down to this game.
There is
one plane ticket in front of both of these teams. Who is going to reach out and grab it?
It's going to take 20 to 30 minutes to figure out exactly who, especially if you're looking at Harrisburg's composition on this one. Once again, we're looking kind of at the late game for things. You're looking at the ramping of the Aphelios. You do have some more early game opportunities, though, I will say. The Racon pick, well, it wasn't exactly what I would have selected. I don't dislike it. I love the utility that Racon has to offer. And the early pick up here for Kid Beats on this Maokai does give me a little bit of hope that maybe the early game will start slightly more in favor of Harrisburg. Because in my perspective here, if St. Clair gets the early game, they're also going to lead that into the late game. It's going to be hard recovery for Harrisburg. But you never count out the storm.
Now, much like games 1 and 2, we have nothing but just the constant pinging sounds to listen to for the first few minutes before minions spawn, and we get a little bit of poke damage and farming get going.
Now you also get to see the skin game.
I consider the ping sounds to be just as much an ambient background sound as the music itself.
Yes, I agree.
I'd be surprised if there are people who pull up a specific YouTube video that says, Summoner's Rift background music with pings added.
Pings.
Because it's not going to feel the same.
Then you have one person that spams it and gets timed out. I really like the Silas pickup on this too. Also, I like the chroma choice. You get the half and half pizza for Rock.
Nice. I mean, no Draven and the bobblehead that's going to haunt my nightmares for all time, but it's something. I always like a little bit of silliness in the skins.
I am wondering if Boschetti started anything other than Q, because there was no dredge line. And some good opportunities that we saw out there. Either way, there's a level 2 likely going to go into E. Sometimes you start with E, sometimes you start with the W. Usually you start with that dredge line. But I don't make MOBA fire. There's no written answer to how these players are supposed to set this one out. We have ego on this Jace. We saw that last week as well for Michigan Tech, right? And it did work out. 4-3 and 10 was the end score, though. So the early parts of this might be a little bit risky. He's got some poke ability, which is nice, but if Ricky LaFleur decides to engage on Jace, there is not a lot you can do. You can try to go back to the hammer and get your E, right? Knock them back. Kind of the best bet you have, though, is just attempt to disengage.
In that last game, in the one against Michigan Tech when he was Jace, he did end up doing more damage in the actual mid lane. So, I mean, there is a lot of damage potential in this pick, but just like the second game, it's just a question of, you know, for so long of the game, Ricky LaFleur is just going to have free reign of what he can do in top.
A bit more for Harrisburg, though, when it comes to, I suppose, the response picks, which was something that I did ask for. They at least delivered on that front. Cane Shell, like we were talking about, we want to be able to see these mid laners kind of pop off a little bit more instead of just having a damage presence towards the mid part of the game. Maybe early roams from either Boschetti or Barlow would be helpful as well for them, not just the gank from the jungler. Rakan is one of the best early roamers in the game, but Nautilus, same thing. And we have Pete making his way up. Actually, even though there is pressure on Ricky LaFleur, he's low enough. There might be some deep jungle occurring here. That is the case. Maddie is still down towards the bottom side of the map. And hey, I was talking about some earlier roam from these supports to try to help out the mid laners. As we can see, Boschetti has navigated his way up and is looking for a dredge line maybe to land to help out this Silas. Pain Shell playing nice and safe though, back by the tower.
Harrisburg consistently has been the team to, at least to start things out, build up at, 100, 200 gold lead. Not that that's going to really decide the whole match, but even in cases where St. Clair has gotten 3 objectives in a row, Harrisburg is usually good enough on the early farming to be able to match St. Clair in whatever they do.
Yeah.
Should Harrisburg be able to pick up a few objectives starting off, then I think they've really got a good start, because that's been the one thing that's evaded them is getting, I guess, the first blood, if you will, in terms of objectives.
That is true. It has gone to Rock Boom so far, both games. St. Clair has had a bit of priority in the lane both times, whether it's due to Maddie coming in as the new or just due to the fact that they have overall priority in their matchup.
And also interesting to point out, there have been no changes in terms of side. Harrisburg is blue all games, St. Clair red all games.
Yep.
All match.
Like I said, they both experienced a victory and a loss on the side that they are currently situated at. Maddie making a move in on Barlow, who is going to be able to get away. There's the flash, there's the ignite coming through. As Barlow finds the battle dance. The grand entrance wasn't quite enough because you got a dredge line to follow it up with. And Barlow unfortunately just had to use a lot and has to recall on top of it. Oh, nope, he's actually going to stay there. Bit of a risky position. Got some pots to burn.
Now that everyone's passing level 6, those ultimates and more importantly targets for Silas to steal are going to be brought into the fray. Speaking of objectives, it seems like St. Clair wants to be starting out claiming the first objective for the 3rd game in a row, burning down that Hex deck. They're going to get it.
They're going to get it, and just like the first 2 games, there is no contestant from Harrisburg. They are just going to allow that to happen. They're focused on their laning phases. No objective priority here. Also makes sense though, Maokai is a little bit of a slower start when it comes to being in that jungle. So Sejuani has a bit more free reign. Look at Ego. Too much damage. There is the kick I was talking about. So he does manage to get him out of there. The ultimate was burned by Ricky LaFleur. Speaking of ultimates, Bakery Boy he had to use that thing. He needed to get it out of there. He took Pain Shell's ulti. He's like, you know what? Let's just clear the jungle. Or sorry, clear the lane. See if I can provide any assistance as Rift Herald is going to be coming up pretty soon. He's going to get the recall. Ricky LaFleur gets knocked back. The flash forward towards Maddie. And it's a first blood going to Kid Beats. Maddie will find a little bit of recourse there. Can the sapling take down Maddie in response? No, it ends up being a 1-for-1.
Clear in bot lane is going to be able to give a little bit more room for Harrisburg. They'll get a bit of chip damage on that tower. So they're not going to be focusing on the turret plating at all. Instead, they have other plans.
vision. Something that we've been complimenting about St. Clair for quite a while now. Haven't been able to focus on it as much this game because there's been a little bit more activity in the lanes. Hey, we're at 8 minutes and we've already got a kill aside. That's pretty solid, considering how slowly the first 2 games were starting, particularly that first game where we didn't even see a first blood until I think it was right around 10 minutes, over 10 minutes in the game. So still playing pretty slowly, but at least more reminiscent of that game 1 where it is very back and forth, not a huge goal differential yet at this point. Nothing too crazy going on.
Rift Herald being focused down by St. Clair. A few turret platings are going to fall in bot lane as well. They just really mowed down the first. Second now is on deck. They'll pick up that as well. Rift Herald goes over to St. Clair, but a whole bunch of gold off the turret platings is heading on over to HARRISBURG. Maykel will take that, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a decent amount of damage. That's a half health tower, and there are still 5 minutes left of plates. If they can actually clean up that tower and recover all of the plate gold on that, they will not mind giving up these objectives, unless it does end up being another stack of dragons and that soul pickup by St. Clair.
And that was kind of the main difference between games 1 and 2. I mean, they've always given up objectives in the early game, but in game 1, they had some great bounty steals that allowed Ego to just really become uncontrollable. In game 2, they just really weren't able to pick up anything. So I think HARRISBURG is keeping in mind, whether it's through bounties or whether it's through turret plating, we just need to get gold in the early game to be able to match St. Clair.
Ooh, there's a lot of damage, a lot of crowd control as well. Ricky LaFleur is going to be able to jump back to his minions, and Kid Beats take just too much damage. Those chains provide quite a lot. It's going to be a 1-for-1 as Bakery Boy falls as well.
Stampede.
We haven't gotten a single kill in the bottom lane.
No, we haven't. I mean, we have been saying we want to see more action from the junglers, and so we have. They both have one, and the mid lane's also had a bit of action right now.
I was going to say, it's kind of refreshing, you know, to have just little scuffles back and forth here. The quickness is going to be utilized. Rock Boom has the ghost activated, has used the ultimate as well for themselves. Kid Beats now coming in. Do they have their ulti to follow it up? Well, you got that glacial engage from Maddie. Not going to be able to find it, though. You got the grasp from Kid Beats, who gets Dredge Line back into the fight. Rock Boom taking down Barlow, who tried to re-engage on that one with the grand entrance, but it's a little bit too risky. And by the time Pain Shell gets into the fight, St. Clair has decided to disengage. Oh, and it was an ulti pickup, I do believe. Bakery Boy still sticking with the Pain Shell ulti.
Well, in top lane, Ego's still facing a little bit of bullying, but managing to stand up to it a bit better than he did in game 2.
There's been bullying back and forth, right? First game we saw Ego doing some bullying, then we saw Ricky LaFleur doing some bullying. Now we see Ricky LaFleur still attempting to bully, and Ego's like, no, get away from me.
He has gotten 2 turret plates.
Yes, he's got that range priority, you know, and when Ricky LaFleur does decide to go in, he's got a bit of that forced disengage. Barlow is going to follow him up, has grand entrance, does not have the ultimate, but it doesn't matter. There's the grand entrance. And Ego will pick up that kill. The ulti coming out from Pain Shell in response as well. No follow-up out of St. Clair. They end up finding success in that fight on the top side.
They didn't have any minions left, so they probably would have had to take. Minions were back a little bit ways, so that tower would have done some damage to them.
Poor Kid Beast did not want to have to use the ultimate there. Maybe he didn't have to, but certainly would rather play it safe. So that is one that's going to be down for a little while. Not the longest cooldown, but certainly not the shortest in the game. Good job taking care of some of the vision as well that St. Clair has put down. Once again, no contest for that dragon. It is just going over very easily to St. Clair. HARRISBURG has yet to decide to make a move on that.
Huge engagement coming down in the bottom lane. Or at least a little bit of regrouping. You see Kid Beats just hanging back there in the wings. Gonna be channeling right now though, so no major gank coming out of this. So false alarm on my part.
And, you know, it's kind of interesting as you're looking at the objectives. St. Clair has hold of those, but the gold, well, that's in favor of Harrisburg, and that has to do with the creep score lead that they have primarily on the bottom side and the top side of the map. Both Kid Beats and Maddie have spent a lot of time out of their jungle. They're really not worried about that jungle creep competition at this point in the game. Just trying to focus on getting those major buffs. Kid Beats with the engage. Hey, let's get the follow-up from the rest of the team. A nice little knockback, quickness on the backside for Barlow, who uses Ignite as well. Kid Beats taking a little too much damage. His Rock Boom that should be able to pick this one up, but Maddie takes too much on the front side. The re-engage there by Barlow. Ego wants to continue the flash away from the dredge line, meaning that Barlow has to try to fight Boschetti, who is incredibly low, but has Bakery Boy on the backside of the fight. He's killing incredibly low members, and it is a massive cannon shot from Ego that will lead to not just one kill. Let's make that a quadra pickup with the potential for a penta here. If Ego is able to do it, Ricky LaFleur tries to deal some damage to prevent that. Barlow now recognizing I might be able to get the penta here. Did he get it? No, it ends up being, he goes down just too early. Wait a second. Wait a second. Are you telling me that's not a pentakill? Are you telling, that is, Judge, can we count that one again?
Goes in.
I guess it's been about 10 seconds now.
Yeah.
Oh, it was so close. Should have been a pentakill. Either way, Ego, deserving of his name at the moment at 7-1-1.
Much more, now everything's more back in his wheelhouse. This is the kind of lead he built up in game one. Much more comfortable in view of the situation. He's put a 700 gold bounty on him already. Just in that one foul swoop.
And is feeling really good on CS as well. Sitting ahead by 25. That finally means that Harrisburg is able to focus on the younger sister, right? Would it be I assume it's the younger sister because she spawns later.
Sure.
Sometimes the prettier sister. I don't want to start that fight between them though.
that twin rivalry. You were born
right.
5 minutes later than I was.
I'm younger than you. Yeah, I don't really know how that works in their family. When you've got Baron as a parent, I don't think they even go there. But it is going to be a Rift Herald drop on the top side. Ego has found the pressure. Ricky LaFleur is already on the back side of this fight.
It's going to be a great charge.
Sitting behind at 2,500 gold between those two top laners. So Ego not only helps secure that top tower and is now able to do some really decent roaming, but is going to have a massive target painted on his face and back.
Now this gold lead is sprung up to 3K. Take a look individually. You know, 2.5 of that 3K gold lead is just on Ego.
It's true. The only member that actually has a gold lead right now on the side of St. Clair is mid lane. Bakery Boy has been involved in a lot of these fights, has a very slight CS lead. And it is just over 1,000, about 1.2K that he's got held over Pain Shell, who has kind of been struggling to break out of this mid lane in all 3 games that we've seen. But when it comes to the team fights, being able to get a massive amount of damage on when all 10 group up together, this is looking very good for Pain Shell, who does have a teleport available. So does Ego right now. So if they want to force something out, there's only one teleport available on the side of St. Clair right now. A little bit less of an opportunity for them to retaliate.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Ding, ding, ding. It's coming out on the bottom side. We got some on the ways from bottom. Maokai navigating down. Maykel has gone back towards the mid, as we can see the pings now surfacing there. A bit more vision would certainly be helpful for Harrisburg if they're able to get some aggressive vision down. We do see a tri-bush by that mid tower being placed. Not sure if that will help them get the pressure that they need. They are going to try to make some moves here. It ends up being 3v3. Nope, make that a 4v3 in favor of Harrisburg. Bakery Boy trying to figure out whether or not he should come through the river or take the longer route. Either way, another dragon is going to be the target here, and Harrisburg will have the jump.
It's a much faster pace than last time. St. Clair taking the first 3 objectives for the first 2 games, but now only letting first 3 dragons, I should say, not objectives, because we count the Rift Herald. But I mean, still, it's a much more even keel that Harrisburg now has against St. Clair in terms of dragons than has transpired in the past 2 games.
But they have reduced that gold lead. Only about 2K for Harrisburg now. They were up just right around 3 a little bit ago. Some of that has to do with Ricky LaFleur being able to get some farming down. Actually, across the board, that was Harrisburg. While Harrisburg was trying to navigate around, figuring out, okay, where can we kind of camp? Where can we find a fight where we can pick somebody off? They sort of sacrificed some time where they could have dedicated to something, or they could have just continued farming. That allowed St. Clair to catch up and farm. And that might really bring them back into some of these fights and give them the ability to shut down Pain Shell or Maykel earlier than they would have previously. That's going to be the tower down, and would you look at that? It missed. The Sejuani ultimate did not hit. That means they've got to back away from this one. 2 ultimates out, no kills down. I just expect it to miss. I have seen that ability, Glacial, what is it? It's not, I keep wanting to say Glacial Figure, which is Braum. Prison, Glacial Prison, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure. I could probably count on my hands the number of times with the casting I've done over 5 years that I've seen the Glacial Prison actually hit in a game that I'm casting. So I'm far more surprised if it lands than if it's just avoided. I don't think it took a flash off. It might have been Ego who flashed away to avoid that one. Either that or it was Barlow who was just able to use the grand entrance to back out. Who's going to be Maokai ultimate, picked up by Bakery Boy. Trying to get a little bit more utility down, a little bit more crowd control, as opposed to taking that Nico, which would be full engage and damage burst. So changing up the game plan just a little bit. The recognition that Harrisburg is coming out ahead in a lot of these fights thanks to all of the damage they have on Ego and Maykel right now. That's something that St. Clair is recognizing, and now they're going to implement something else. They are consistently grouping, though. And Harrisburg still kind of playing this responsive type game instead of being proactive with their initiations. They're trying to find someone who might be susceptible to a gank as opposed to creating one out of solid positioning.
Definitely proved to be one of the contributing factors to their difficulty in game 2, but the main difference is that they have a lot more feed in terms of only the top lane, though. I mean, the bot lane still hasn't seen that much action.
All right.
In terms of KDA.
Barlow, one of the big mistakes that can be made on Rakan is activating the quickness before you actually get in. As I say, that Pain Shell is going to be in a whole lot of pain. The ultimate is going to save him from that, though. Lots of damage and crowd control put down, meaning St. Clair is going to have to back away from this one. Pain Shell manages to get out with his life. But I was going to say with Rakan, if you activate the quickness and then you go in with the grand entrance, then you flash in, there's a risk that the quickness will be wasted, that your ultimate won't actually touch somebody. And you can see right there, all it takes is some crowd control. The Glacial Prison doesn't hit. It forced a flash away. At least got that going for you. So Sejuani is more of a, that ultimate is just a flash taker away. It's not even about the damage and the crowd control. It's about forcing somebody to navigate away from that thing.
St. Clair putting down so much vision, just Harrisburg only walks about 5 steps and there's another ward they gotta clear out.
A lot of it on the top side of the map. I mean, a lot of it on the top side of the map. Look at that, 6 wards placed just right over there. And in the meantime, they're trying to clear out the bottom vision that has been placed by Harrisburg, which isn't much. So the sweeper probably won't find anything. No, and as I say that, Boschetti's does. Bakery Boy not as successful, but there's not much to pick up here. So that is good. Good vision once again. I gotta favor St. Clair when it comes to both setting up their own vision and eliminating enemy vision. Things coming out towards the top side and towards Dragon. See, Ricky LaFleur says, hey, I want to get this tower. We need a little bit more pressure. We need some exposure. to these tier 3 turrets. He will be able to get that. Dragon spawn isn't quite up yet, but Harrisburg is really preparing, positioning for that. Maddie being patient there. Maybe waiting for another opportunity to miss the Glacial Prison. Now the ping's in response to Ricky LaFleur, who has begun dealing damage to that inhibitor turret. A big stun as the Glacial Prison hits onto Barlow, who now uses the quickness. Maddie going to fall. Kid Beats taking that one. And in the meantime, Bakery Boy tries to jump in, goes into stasis, but will immediately be eliminated. It's a double kill. It's Ricky LaFleur on the backside doing massive amounts of damage, but Ego's able to get the pop back, and Pain Shell takes him down. That's 3 members that have fallen for St. Clair, and Harrisburg has not lost a single player.
Although still, almost ironically for Maykel, he still doesn't have a single one in his favor.
He got 4 assists. He's part. At least he's not sitting at like.
Yeah, he's getting in on it, but yeah.
Yeah, and 0-0 is still.
I mean,
every day better than 0-1.
We were calling out Kid Beats, wanting him to start performing. He's starting to get some kills racked up.
He is. We got Barlow jumping into 2 members there. Boschetti will end up falling. Pain Shell likely gonna go down here. Rockboom finding that one. Rockboom's gonna try to continue this one out as the teleport comes through. Maykel has the damage onto Rockboom, has the range, but realizes that Maddie is here. The teleport as well on the top side is going to come from Kid Beats as Bakery Boy throws down his ultimate. That's massive root. It's a lot of damage, but Ego is able to deal even more. 8-1-5. He's just picked up 1 kill in the last couple of minutes, but it's going to be enough to send back Bakery Boy. Maybe looking for something, goes over the wall, gets the chains onto Ego. Might be able to take him down, but no! It's the hammer, and Ego is legendary. Wonderful flash, wonderful engage, and Harrisburg now gets to pick up their second dragon in the 4th of the game.
So many of their teams survived as well, so that Baron buff, unlike game 1, is going to come in huge for the next couple of minutes.
Massive. I mean, that was huge for Harrisburg. If that fight did not go in their favor, I could easily see the lead slipping through their fingers. Now they've secured themselves a little bit over a 5K gold lead, though. At 25 minutes, it's not massive, but it is something. And when most of that gold is facing Ego, who is on a Jace, 9-1-5, has had a 700 gold bounty for a while, now has the Sorelda's finish, has another BF sword on top of completing the Muramana. I'm feeling really good about the top side of this Harrisburg team.
Ego slowly moving back towards mid on the hunt for another. They're mainly gathering around mid, a fight breaking out from bot.
Maykel does not have a lot of chances against someone like Ricky LaFleur, but as I say that, it's not just Maykel, it's a 3v1. That's going to be a sacrifice in the mid lane, though, for Harrisburg. Ricky LaFleur should get pinched here. Barlow navigating in. Rockboom is on the way. Q, the E comes out. It's a big stun onto Kid Beats, who's going to have to be the sacrificial lamb for this team. Ricky LaFleur trying to continue this one on, uses the flash to get the engage onto its Barlow. Maykel safe, though. The rest of the team for Harrisburg has followed up. Everybody here has that Baron buff available, so they're going to have these empowered minions as well. And that's going to push St. Clair away and out of this fight. It's kind of crazy how games 1 and 2, there was ganking, right, but there wasn't a lot of contest when it comes to like pressure in the bottom lane. Here, neither team can really find their footing on it. It's so back and forth and getting these individual picks and then converging as a team. Huge dredge line, even bigger ultimate from Pain Shell as he flashes back, but on the backside, Bakery Boy has the exact same idea. It's a lot of damage coming through out of Rockboom, but potentially even more from Maykel as he continues the fight. Rockboom with the flash forward, and that should be the kill. Let's see if he can find the last one. Is it a penta? Give it to him! It is a penta kill for Maykel!
And with a pentakill and ace, it is free reign for the remaining members of Harrisburg. With them starting to push in on the inhibitor turrets, I would say the days are numbered for St. Clair.
Absolutely massive. Ego should have had a pentakill. That should be the second pentakill of the game. I'm not gonna lie. The first one was stolen from Ego earlier on. That one, absolutely, though. Maykel doing a great job of finding Ro4 on the backside, flashing forward, taking a couple tower shots, and saying, I actually have enough damage to completely secure this one. Leads to 2 more towers falling. 6-4 is the current count on those. And while that's all Harrisburg's going to take before the reset comes through, it's still a massive amount they were able to secure for themselves.
Quick pickup of blue buff before we get back to the action. I think Harrisburg might just get one more team fight and then claim it all.
It certainly feels that way. We're looking. Ooh, there's the engage. Barlow is so tanky. The damage out of Maykel is just going to get better and better. You're at 28.5 minutes into the game. You don't go near Aphelios. That is rule number 1 through 5. It's another double kill. Maddie now on the run. Maybe going to be slowed by the sapling here. Sapling's not quite going to hit. That's not even the goal anymore. You just move as a group at this point. Give a little bit of space for Ego and Maykel, and every fight should go in favor of Harrisburg now. The damage in response from St. Clair is just not there. And that means they have to run underneath their Nexus tower. Bakery Boy using the tendrils. It's a huge root, and once again, Pain Shell follows it up with that ultimate up there. Oh, Ricky LaFleur says, let me use my stopwatch at least once before the game ends. Moschetti just trying to stay on the backside, maybe looking for a dredge line as a potential to get Ricky LaFleur in there, but Ricky LaFleur gets stunned up, and it's Maykel with an impressive play that makes him godlike. That is the first tower down, and the second tower should be easy. In fact, they don't even have to focus on it. Maykel says, I want more kills out of this. Ego taking that one down. Maykel still barely alive. A double kill for Ego. All members of Harrisburg alive aside from Pain Shell, but they don't need Pain Shell to win the game. In fact, Barlow says, I'll sacrifice myself. I don't even care. This should be the end of the game. They just need the minions to move forward. Preemptive ultimate coming up out of Kid Beats. Look at the hits coming out of Maykel. And just like that, St. Clair is able to secure themselves a trip to Boise.
Nice job by the Storm. 12-2-12 at the end of the day for Ego.
It's like I said, it's a fitting name.
Yeah,
It's an appropriate
very
name.
fitting. Nice job. The Storm moving all the way from Pennsylvania to Boise. That's more than 2,500 miles, basically. It's a long trip, but well earned and well worth it for Harrisburg.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, I just took the trip over there. You know, it's usually a pretty quick layover, and luckily it's one of those flights that's relatively, you know, you have a little bit. It's relatively direct. It's not like when they send me to Seattle when I have to go to LA.
That is true. That is true.
Up here
Most of the
in-
hubs are in between, so you're just moving in.
Exactly. Yeah, some nice little airports there to stop by.
Well,
anyway.
that's going to do it for the League of Legends game. It was a knockdown, drag-em-out fight, but the Harrisburg Storm managed to pull out the victory. We'll leave you with the top 5 plays of the game from that match, brought to you by Mavix Gaming Shares. Mavix, feel the difference. Enjoy your top 5 plays, and congratulations to Harrisburg. You're going to finals. Claire went out early in Rocket League. Fisher took a loss to Wichita State in Valorant. So this year has had some interesting surprises in that it hasn't just been, oh, it's Maryville.
All right, that's fine. Blade Caller me, deal the damage. Maddie comes in, is able to not use the ultimate at the perfect time. A rock boom with a beautiful Blade Caller, the flash. Also meaning, though, Harrisburg does want to maybe make a dive towards the bottom side since there's a lot of pressure from St. Clair. Ego is going to have his teleport up here in about a minute, a little bit less. Ooh, but as I say that, Rock Boom ends up finding a beautiful Blade Caller. It's a big dive onto Maykel. Rock Boom's going to take a bit of tower aggro on this. It gets swapped apart with her turret. A big stun as the Glacial Prison hits onto Barlow, who now uses the quickness. Maddie going to fall. Kid Beats taking that one. And in the meantime, Bakery Boy tries to jump in, goes into stasis, but will immediately be eliminated. It's a double kill. It's Ricky LaFleur on the backside doing massive amounts of damage, but Ego's able to get the pop back, and Pain Shell takes him down. Barlow's like, I'm sick of taking these snowballs so that my Neela can get out of the fight. Late game Neela, though, when it comes to damage, she's going to absolutely decimate. She has to be safe, though. And that is where, you know, the oh my gosh! Oh, Pain
Where
Shell.
was he?
In a shell of pain, that's for sure. They're at the end. Converging as a team. huge stretch line. Even bigger ultimate from Pain Shell as he flashes back, but on the backside, Bakery Boy has the exact same idea. It's a lot of damage coming through out of Rock Boom, but potentially even more from Makeout as he continues the fight. Rock Boom with the flash forward, and that should be the kill. Let's see if he can find the last one. Is it a Penta? Give it to him! It is a Penta!
Feel the thunder, shake the open ground. Won't give in, I'm fighting for the crown. Heavy clouds are way above my head, like all of my regrets and things I never said. Now got a feeling, shiver in my bones. Something's coming, but nobody knows. Angels rage, they come down from the sky to fix these broken wings and show me how to fly. I burn the sky. I see the fire in your eyes. I come alive, and I feel like I could spread my wings and fly.
Welcome back to the NASTAR League studio. We just saw Harrisburg pick up the win against St. Clair, and we've got Makeout player from Harrisburg ready to join us here in the NASTAR League studio to talk about that victory. Thank you so much for joining us.
Much too for fighting.
All right, so we wanted to ask just a little bit about how that game went because you had a little bit of a speed bump happening in game 2. Can you take us through that and how you recovered in game 3 to overall get the win?
So basically, in game two, we tried something and it didn't work out, so we gotta adjust. Then just we realized we just have to play our thing, and we came in game three winning.
Well, you've now locked your way into the finals as that was the semifinals. It's a great series, and I think everybody's expectation is that it's going to be one of the many rematches we have seen between Maryville and Harrisburg. How are you guys feeling about doing an in-person event, depending on who ends up taking that other finals position?
Oh, we're really excited. We're really hoping this day to come. Actually, and waiting for December. We're really excited to be against Maryville and get a revenge against them because we lost against them in the last LAN.
Well, before you face off against Maryville, we'll all have a week of a break over Thanksgiving. So is there anything that you're planned just to relax and recharge and get ready for the fight that you'll be doing over the next few weeks?
For sure now, I'm just gonna chill until the finals, the LAN finals are near. So lately I've been like uh, having a hard time with school and stuff. Now I can catch up because finals is secured.
All right, well, we wish you the best of luck. Congrats on your win, and we'll see you at the finals.
Thank you.
All right, well, believe it or not, we still have 2 Overwatch games to go. That league game went a long way, but we still have so much more here at NACE Star League. We have Fisher versus Oakland University coming up, so stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be back after this short break.
Toxic therapy from your vape.
I can't sleep. Listen to my voice. Your friends all bailed on you. Your crush thinks you're thirsty. The planet is dying. Keep obsessing till 5 a.m.
Vaping nicotine is associated with sleep problems. Find solutions at thetruth.com.
Los Angeles Comic-Con is back at the LA Convention Center December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Meet stars from hit movies and TV series like Matt Smith, Jamie Campbell Bower, Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, Rainn Wilson, and so much more. Shop over 800 exhibitors and artists. Experience the vibrant cosplay community and immerse yourself in the gaming and anime hall with tournaments for Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter all weekend long. Get your tickets for LA's favorite comic, gaming, anime, and pop culture convention at ComicConLA.com.
I'm Ryan Pruitt. I'm a sophomore at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. I'm a full-time college student, a future nurse, a small business owner, and a cadet in the U.S. Army ROTC. I'm the son of an Army officer, so I know the opportunities the Army provides. I knew the ROTC scholarship was the right choice for me to pay for the college that I wanted to go to. More than the money, I have people who are encouraging and committed to my success. I have big goals, and the Army is helping me make them a reality. I'm future 2nd Lieutenant Ryan Pruitt. That's my ROTC story. What will yours be?
Toxic
Welcome back to the NACE Star League studio. We just wrapped up our semifinals in League of Legends, and now we turn to Overwatch 2, as there is still quite a bit of the bracket to get through. We are going to be starting off with Fisher taking on Oakland University, then we'll move on to Maryville taking on RIT. I'm still your host, Jacob Jem Palmer. I am joined by Lisa Jolly Majas. Jolly, it's going to be very exciting to see Overwatch, especially we got the new balance changes just dropped today, the changes Roadhog. I don't think we're probably going to see someone bring him out that soon yet, but I think the main thing we got to look forward to is complacency, because the first map is always determined. Second one, Kings Row. And the third one, with Flashpoint, it's been Servasta basically every time.
Yeah.
The one thing that is different is that Eichenwald has been picked a lot in NACE Star League as an alternative to Kings Row.
Oh.
So if you had the choice tonight, do you want to see Kings Row for the 1000th time, or would you rather go to Eichenwald?
I mean, from a perspective, from this perspective, I would much rather see Eichenwald. I mean, just because I don't get to see it as much. If I'm playing, I'd probably stick with Kings Row, though, just because I know it a lot better, and there's a lot more nuances with that have been just kind of developed over the years. So Eichenwald would be cool. I did not realize that is one that we've seen swap in occasionally, but yeah, Fisher College and Oakland University, both head-to-head on this one. It looks like we got some Bears now. We're back to the
Golden
animals.
Grizzlies. The Golden Grizzlies versus the Falcons.
GG.
Yep. Hopefully, yeah. Oakland University is hoping. Well, they're going to say that regardless. They just hope it's in a positive atmosphere. And then, of course, we've got Maryville, who we've been talking about so much in League of Legends as the #1 seed. But hey, they're good in some other games too, especially Overwatch, and they're going to be going up against RIT. We can take a look at the overall lineup for each of these players. For Oakland University, we've got Jax, Crawl, Carbon, Aerospace, and Frothy Philly.
And then on the side of Fisher College, you've got Abs, Momentum, Love, Sammy, and Grapha.
We can also take a look at the bracket that we have for Overwatch and see how things have been turning out. Who's favored, who isn't, and who is making major moves overall. Fisher, it's been one of those colleges that has definitely been a higher-ranked team. You have the usual suspects, if you will, for Overwatch. Maryville, St. Clair, Fisher, all been very competitive. Oakland University is ranked 10th overall, though, in the seeding, so definitely consider the underdog. And a very standard start, as I was alluding to. Lijiang Tower going to be the first. It's been the favorite by far in terms of the first stage that we've seen in NACE Star League in terms of control.
And it is a classic. It's just one of those maps that is so hard to flip-flop, right? Having that control tower, it is really difficult to find a way to engage to where you have some sort of upper hand without just being able to hold that point. I mean, it is control, right? So that's the expectation here. But we'll have to see exactly how these two teams play out. It is a best of 5 for both of these series, right? So first 1 to 3 is going to be able to take it. We'll see if we actually go to a 4th or a 5th map, if those decisions need to be made in the day. I'm sure Fisher and Oakland, neither of them really wants to see that many games play out, though.
Well, let's head on down to the action, to Lijiang Tower. We'll see which of the 3 stages, the 3 variations, we will see first for this Overwatch match. Fisher ranked #2, by the way, in terms of seeding, 2 versus 10, so Oakland definitely considered an underdog.
Definitely. That's where the disparity between those places when it comes to seeding, you really see it come into play. So the hope is that we see more than 3 matches, or more than those 3 maps. The expectation for sure coming out of Fisher College, I mean, we've all seen them play. We've all heard them talk. They have a lot of confidence. There's a reason for it. They got a lot of support as a team. And immediately, there's a lot of damage that's going to be thrown down as the control point is contested. Still not unlocked for another 10 seconds, though. So now we're just getting brownie points.
And Fisher College already spent their immortality field. Crawl is going to be taken out by Forgotten. With the tank down, you're only tanking Overwatch 2. Everyone else is sure to fall pretty soon.
Froth Philly, a big target here, is able to break a little bit of vision, though, and gets in on the backside. In the meantime, we got Carbon taking a lot. Froth Philly finding the re-engage. Avani does end up falling here, but should be coming back most of the way to their ultimate. Still, this point pretty easily held by Oakland University to start things out, but Aerospace, as a support, is going to fall here. Carbon has a lot on his shoulders, is taking a lot of damage in the meantime, though. Matt May is going to be the next target.
Fisher getting that pick is now going to be moving on toward the point. Kroll taking a bunch of damage, eliminated with the railgun shot. Jackson Carbon seemed to fall soon afterward. Fisher has some great engage tools. Not only can they push a lot of damage through this window, but should Oakland University just go through one of these checkpoints, they're going to get a blizzard to the face by Forgotten.
Blizzard to the face. Aerospace, almost at his ultimate, of course. You do have Jax waiting to use that sound barrier as
nice
well.
wall.
One up position, the wall to cut off the remainder of Oakland University from actually backing out on this one. There is the sound drop, but is it going to be enough? Crawl's the first one to fall down. Jax immediately to follow here in Fisher College. Definitely ahead of the game, as we can see Forgotten feeling on fire and certainly showing that in their gameplay.
Not only that, but Fisher College still has a lot of things in their wheelhouse. And if there's one thing Oakland University can't do, they can't get tunnel vision right here. You already see Forgotten still positioned right up against this doorway. As soon as that Sigma moves through, up goes the wall, and the window goes down. So much damage going to come out here.
Just disgusting. And you do have the wall from the opposite side, but it's immediately broken down here. Love is going to get a lot of health on the backside. Prof Philly, though, and Crawl are going to fall, and Fisher College is not taking enough damage for Oakland University to actually make an impact. In fact, they're so far ahead. They're holding onto their ultimates, and they're pushing Oakland University back to their spawn point. They can't even find a way to engage.
And I really do think they got to start thinking of some other way to get through, because Fisher College is just more than willing to let them just go in, wait out the Maywall. Oakland University is probably going to have to take some sort of alternate route to the left if they want to try to take this point, because the way they've just been charging in over and over has gotten them split up with the Maywall just like this again.
Look at how easily they're able to just hold on to these ultimates as well. They are not stressed, they're not strained at all. It is 89, so we're at just 10% left for this round here that Fisher College needs to find for themselves. And Oakland University not able to make their way out to have any sort of contest here. Maybe a second or two they can hold this off. It is overtime, but not a great position for them to be able to move into. Forgotten almost looks like a good opportunity there for Crawl, but he's gonna fall.
Just the Lucio left to try to stall this out. He's focused down pretty fast, and that is going to be it. Everyone from Oakland University falls, and Fisher takes that one in record time.
Record time for sure. I mean, hey, you know what? Oakland did have first jump on the point, so they were able to accumulate a little bit, but like I was saying, once that control point is held, it's so hard to move in and retake control, right? At the beginning of the game, you have both teams trying to sort of establish dominance, get a better positioning to actually start where the control point drops, but man, Fisher has done such a good job of not allowing Oakland University to get to anywhere safe and not even able to utilize their ultimates the way that they would like.
Now we're going to be heading on to Night Market. Traditionally, we see the opening of the double Symmetra race, but lately in the past few weeks, some teams have been swapping it up a little, not relying on that initial teleport. Sometimes Lucio's speed boost is all they need, but both of them are going to be bringing out the Symmetra teleport. Both drop down, and a huge fight is going to happen on point.
And not a big surprise, the wall is trying to get a little bit of disruption, sort of cutting off the support from the rest of the team. Prof Philly gonna be ahead here, but Love is the one that finds a lot of damage thanks to those turrets. Forgotten in momentum, of course, providing everything that they need to. Oakland University has to face a big reset here.
In Oakland, this map is really going to test the team's ability to be able to swap up their strategy a bit. You cannot get complacent once you have claimed the point on Night Market. Those flanks to the left and right can be so devastating, along with the environmental risks that those groups take, that you got to be constantly checking your angles. Oakland University just teleports in the exact same way.
Love took so much damage right there. My goodness, Fisher College now taking a lot of responsibility, barely up and available. Forgotten is going to fall. Love just trying to deal as much damage as possible here and manages to get some good headshots off. So Oakland University has recovered a little bit for themselves, and they are stacking up percentages to be able to regain their ultimates earlier than Fisher College should, aside from that momentum.
They've secured the point. Now I'm going to see how well that they watch these flanks. If they're able to catch any sort of tricky business from Fisher, Jack's just going to have a ball of a time. We see the Gravitic is brought out to start things off against Fisher.
Good damage. These Maywalls certainly coming in clutch. Oakland University is really struggling to keep them up, though. The second that they appear, we got so much damage out of Fisher College and good target acquisition here. It's now Sigma versus Sigma. Crawl is going to fall here. Jack's going to follow Aerospace as well. Oakland University finds themselves at another reset, but they are able to provide quite a bit, take down the front side of Fisher College. Oakland University now just has to deal with a couple of turrets. See if they can stack up some more of this, as they are about 50% now.
They had to spend just about everything to claim the point, but so did Fisher College, of course, with how fast the BAP hold charges. Abs will be able to start this off. He will be relatively uncontested in the damage that window can put out.
Carbon looking for, some more of these long shots. Nice wall from Fisher College. Actually provides a little bit of cover here, though, for Carbon on Oakland University. Just waiting for May to come out of her stasis here. Now Froth in a good position right behind all of these members of Fisher College. Just a lot of damage as the Sigma is the target. And speaking of the Sigma, we got Gravitic Flux coming through. Love gets taken down. Oakland University facing a reset. Fisher College looking good for the push forward and the retake.
And I love just immediately by using that window at the start of the fight, they're able to immediately get the wall cooldown to just not be a factor from Oakland. And that eliminates so much anxiety that Fisher might have in trying to retake the point. They know they can move in as a group. They know their SIG isn't going to get caught out on the other side. Considering how fast that ult charge, being able to deactivate their wall for an ult, I take that trade.
Momentum has the sound barrier available to use. Looks like Gravitic Flux also here for Crawl, but he has to get away because you've got a Symmetra showing up on the backside. It might not have actually accomplished what they wanted to, as Love does fall here, but it ends up being a trade. Just the 1-for-1. 3 ultimates available now for Fisher College, 3 on the side of Oakland University. Jack's trying to stack up to that sound barrier. Crawl looking for a Gravitic Flux opportunity. Could this be it? It's a nice photon barrier. It comes in on the opposite side through the wall and the window and gets just behind these members of Fisher College. Where is the rest of the team, though? The Blizzard on the front side.
Fisher College start things off well with Abs getting a pick. The Gravitic from Avani is going to take out Jax. Both supports now down for Oakland University. And Fisher cruising past 85%. Just going to be steaming into a victory. Not even one that's going to come down to a wire. They can just coast on into the final parking spot, hold this choke, and then move on to Hybrid.
Still a good show from Oakland University. Able to capture that point, hold on to it for quite a bit. Fortunately, when it seems like Carbon going up against Forgotten just has such good headshot acquisition here. Carbon does have the Blizzard available, but it's too little too late.
Oakland University is facing a huge wall of opposition against Fisher College. At the very end there, too, I think it was a done deal because even though Oakland University had the Gravitic and some great engage tools, it was just down at that point. Fisher already had their beat charged up.
Yep.
The rock, paper, scissors comes out. The Gravitic goes. The beat comes soon afterwards. And then you've just negated everything. So I kind of knew for that last fight, Fisher was kind of really just going to coast on into a victory.
Yeah, it was, more, I guess, just talking about how good Oakland managed to lock down at least some of those points, right? It was really good timing coming out of Fisher. You also saw there was the Mayoff right there towards the end. The Blizzard had been used, and the Blizzard was 2% away for the side of Oakland University, so maybe had something worked out a little bit better for them, but in the long run, that was not their game, so we get to see how things work out, and if this seed can, in fact, take something off of Fisher College.
Now we get to see if Hybrid will be the standard Kings Row, or if we have dubbed over the season Kings Row 2.0 with Eichenwald being brought out. It's mainly just been due to the fact that with 5 players, a lot of the traditional strategies that you see on Kings Row have just fallen off by the wayside, and Eichenwald gives you a little bit more ability to just kind of play around with the limitations that you have with one tank, and it is going to be Eichenwald.
Yes.
So I'm happy for you, Jolly. You get to see what we've been experiencing all season.
I love it. I've seen enough Kings Row. Everybody's seen enough Kings Row, you know. Eichenwald is also, I don't know, there's a lot more just space, you gotta say, right? When it comes to vantage points, when it comes to opportunities to kind of flank on the opposition, it's not so cut and dry. It's not so black and white and Eichenwald, and you have a bit more opportunity to kind of try to play something funky and cheesy, and that's what I like to see here. So the standard single tank should be the option, but You never know. I do hope to see the new Roadhog, or the Roadhog with the new changes,
Yep,
but
Pin Pen.
I don't know if this is going to be it.
I mean, I was seeing the combo that you drive. You throw out the Pin Pen, you bring in the hook, and then a quick shot in melee. You can just do 300 damage in the blink of an eye with Roadhog.
Not okay. That's not okay.
So,
that feels
yeah.
like Overwatch 1.
I know it
way,
does.
way
It
back.
feels. I mean, you can't quite go flank hog because again, you're the only tank, so you're not going to be, you know, going off with one of your DPSs to go backline hunting. But I'm happy that he's getting a bit of damage added back to his kit. Should be very exciting to see.
That's true. It's you know, he's one of those heroes that's either on or off, right? And when he's on, he is on. I mean, he's almost too on, right? And so hopefully maybe they found like a mid-ground for him, right? The ability to run him and do well, but also the ability to shut him down is kind of what Blizzard has been working towards.
All right, here we go into Eichenwald. Oakland had map choice. Fisher has decided whether they're going to attack or defend first. They will defend, and I don't blame them. Often on Eichenwald, we have seen holds complete at this first point.
Gotta get closer. Oh, one more shot, one more good headshot, and it will be Frostbilly who ends up falling on this one. Forgotten manages to find those targets a little bit easier. Jackson Aerospace with the reset here. Look at the barrage. Crawl goes down, and now it is Fisher College who's pushing Oakland University back to their spawn once again.
This is one of the things that we've seen Fisher College be devastating in their long range and sniper ability. They can be so deadly on this Hanzo. So watch out, Oakland. Any corner you peek, you almost got to assume that you're playing Valorant instead, because you'll be taken out in an instant.
It's true. Especially you get those headshots. My gosh, the damage is unprecedented every single time. I'm like, there's no way that is something you can allow. And it is definitely what we're going to see coming out of Fisher College. Maybe Oakland University trying to get some damage of their own laid down. Aerospace falls, though. Carbon has to back out of this one. Jackson's going to fall again. And when you're missing the major supports here, you have to back up a lot. Fisher College not even falling, stacking up to the ultimates. Dragon's Rage available, still unnecessary.
Fisher's now just pushing right up toward the spawn of Oakland University. And I haven't seen one swap be brought out by the Golden Grizzlies, or Fisher for that matter, but especially in the case of the Golden Grizzlies, I think it's time you just try to swap things up a little, because Oakland, not only are they staying on the same comp, but they're taking the same route over and over again to Fisher.
Exactly. You know, Frostbilly maybe might have been one of those choices, but does have Blizzard up and available. Jax is going to be getting taken down. Can't even get close enough to really allow that sound barrier, which would be very helpful for Oakland University to push forward. But the lack of opportunities, the mobility and momentum on Fisher College means that they're stacking up ultimates, and they don't even have to use them. They can just hold on until they really decide to let loose at some point.
And just one step outside of the spawn, they are going to meet the bad end of this Gravitic, and they don't have the beat to counter it. So this is going to be just probably another half minute of pain for Oakland. They got to find a way to burn this a beat that Fisher's going to have off really fast.
Yeah, momentum almost with their own ultimate. We can see there's the Dragon Rage coming through. Love is going to throw theirs down as well. Momentum, we see it come out. The Gravitic Flux available. Levani doesn't quite need to use it yet, and Abs is going to actually fall there. Out comes the Gravitic Flux now. Looking for the angle here. Oakland University, you gotta be careful. Not quite hitting the target. It doesn't matter though. Fisher College is feeling so comfortable right now.
They do, but that was an awful long time to use the Gravitic, and Oakland just kind of waited it out. Now this is their chance to take the payload. They are chasing Avani back as far as they can go and will just burn him down.
We see Forgotten as well, swapping over. We got the Widow that has come out. No changes, though, on the side of Oakland University. So, hey, you know what? They managed to make that composition work out for themselves. And that's a lot of ultimates down that Fisher College does not have. Jackson Aerospace both have theirs available, so maybe continuing to engage is an opportunity here for Oakland University.
Nice pick by Carbon with the railgun. Also, we've been talking about the long-range ability of Fisher. You saw Forgotten circling between all kind of long-range heroes. He was thinking the Widowmaker or the Ashe. Will go with the Ashe with the tag team of Widow by Love. This is what I was talking about. This is where nightmares are made of. It's when you have Fisher in a space wide open as this on the snipers.
At least a little bit more time now for Oakland University to work with. And yep, this is a scary turn here. Look at the headshots coming through. Love able to get the high ground on this one. Manages to stay alive as well. Gets the shielding off. Absolutely disgusting when it comes to the positioning here on this Widow.
Interesting scenario is that this Widow is focusing down around the payload, which is where you'd expect the team to be, but Oakland has positioned themselves indoors. Love gets a pick on toward Jax, and without that beat, that's a good amount of damage that Fisher can put on, but Thrall's fighting back.
Yeah, Forgotten's definitely not going to be able to do anything about that one, just trying to stack up towards Bob. Brought Billy following this Sigma, has Blizzard up and available, only 18 health though. Can they actually make it out alive? They do. Able to regain a little bit of that health. Health still sitting on the payload though, as 3 members of Fisher College drop down, a little bit of a reset. Getting closer and closer, we're about 80 to 90% for majority of these players on the side of Fisher, but Oakland University have stacked up their ultis and are waiting for Fisher to fully engage here. Oh!
Whoa! Gravitic catches the Sigma, hoisted by her own petard, as it were.
Nice shots. Love is on fire right now, really getting some solid clicks in. There's yet another one. No way. All it takes is just a moment of vision to be able to pop that one off, but you have to be careful when somebody like a Sigma is right in your face. Can't do much about that. Can't get over the edge of the wall, but Momentum is following it up. Has sound barrier here. Still 2 ultimates held in the pockets of Oakland University, but they lost 2 members there. They're likely going to lose Rockville. He was sitting at almost no health. Jax not able to use that sound barrier to help keep the rest of the team alive, and he ends up falling.
Fisher College sitting on a whole wealth of ultimates as well. They've got a Gravitic to start things off. Should things start to look a little hairy, they can use that beat for the sustain. And also put out a whole bunch of damage through that window. Question is, who's going to be using their beat first? Who's going to get scared a little bit first and think that they need to spend it to keep their team alive? Because once that beat is spent, that's the green light for the other team to push as much damage as they can onto you.
Fisher still has the advantage on this one for those ultis, and we're only looking at 16 seconds now on the clock. The Gravitic Flux is going to come out in the building. Aerospace taking a lot of damage. Nice positioning here for Avani to be able to get this vantage point on those orbs. May does not want to allow that one to happen. Abs falls, Love does fall. Oakland University, though, is just taking a little bit too much damage. A lot of that provided by Avani, and Forgotten, of course, cleaning this one up, getting the dashes, getting the melees in, and this Sigma does not have a team to support him, unfortunately, so as overtime is looking like it'll go in favor of Fisher College in the end. Oh, so good.
Recall on out of there, but still can push a lot of damage. Forgotten falls, but Love and Abs is there to hold down the fort. There's just the Ash left.
Oh, it was so close. He tried real hard right there.
And that will do it. So, it's not a complete hold, but it's still very much in the wheelhouse of Fisher to be able to pick up the victory here. Unfortunately for me, we're not going to see the castle, and I always like seeing the castle because it's such a change of pace from the wide open space beforehand. You got a lot of close range combat, and of course, you can have the possibility to see a Junkrat, and I'm not going to see him tonight, and I'm sad because of that.
I'm okay about that. I'm okay with that. I do like Forgotten, though, pulling out the Tracer there at the end. I think we saw the Sombra as well, so a lot more damage picked up by Fisher College to try to, clear out the remainder of Oakland and prevent them from actually getting that final push. A nice mid-game, though, from Oakland, I will say that, right? They showed a very solid push forward. They were able to get some really good control, but then when it comes to those vantage points, as soon as that Widow came out, there wasn't a lot that could be done to prevent the damage.
Fisher now just a short ways away from going toward match point. They just got to claim the payload and then get about a third of the way in the second third of this map, and then they will be moving on to Flashpoint and what is most likely Servasta pick. I really don't think that they want to tempt fate. Well, I'll get to the choice of maps later. there's a very specific reason why I think they don't pick New Junk City, but I'll get to that a little later.
Incoming.
Well, that's talking about your rock lineups.
Love to see it. Shield's going down. Lots of damage being absorbed here. Vonnie on the front side for Fisher College. Nice little flank coming here out of Carbon. Forgotten as well, getting a good high-end point. Almost getting enough damage there. It's not going to be enough. This should do it, though. Carbon finds a face of damage And the flanking is, I mean, it's not subtle at all here coming out of Forgotten, yet now they're just finally starting to turn on him.
Yeah, Forgotten has been pretty unimpeded
Oh
in
my
his
gosh.
reign of terror. I mean, you don't really have any contest from the maze, so you're pushing everything onto Carbon to try to take Forgotten out. And just at this point, I think just Forgotten alone on this Echo is just decisive. Oakland needs to swap off fast and just take this Echo out of the air.
It's true. Forgotten just honestly, I mean, throwing himself on either side of this bridge just to be able to get these aerial shots on the backside. Aerospace and Carbon being his primary targets. And there we go, the ultimate is now up and available. Stacking closer and closer for most members of Fisher College. Of course, Oakland University has almost that Gravitic Flux available. Frost Billy taking a lot of damage here. Now we can see Avani moving in 93%. Just want to stack up a little bit more because this is a good opportunity for the Gravitic Flux if they can make a move on it.
It's not just Forgotten. Love is also really making inroads into the backline. There might as well not be a wall there at all, just a red carpet with a huge sign because Forgotten just has such free range of where he wants to go.
And now you've got 3 ultimates stacked up for each team. If you're Fisher College, though, you're feeling a lot more comfortable about how you're going to engage on it. It's going to be a proactive versus a reactive play here. Jack's going to drop that sound barrier.
Oh, you gotta be on the point. You gotta stop it. Don't let them just drive into it. Carbon is gonna get a pick onto Forgotten, but it's answered back in force by Fisher.
Avani doing so much there. Nice weaves of the melees as well. Forgotten, now you have to worry more about Love. And oh my gosh, just like that, that's a tough battle.
Yep, it's a tough battle, and now Oakland has the choice of whether they want to pick Servoster or New Junk City. And the reason I was so emphatic about New Junk City is we just saw it on Forgotten and Love. They're so good, not only at the aerial plays, but the long range plays. And what's the one thing about New Junk City? It's so wide open. I do not want to have any long range abilities or giving it over to Forgotten and Love. There was actually a very similar situation in which Fisher was going up against another school earlier on in the regular season, went all the way to Game 5. So you're going on to Escort. And for some reason, I don't get it why teams have done this all throughout the A-Star League season, but they've thought, you know, we've got a Widow and a Hanzo that have just been oppressive throughout the whole game. I'm thinking Circuit Royale is the one that we're going to. And it's like, no, you've got to respect the snipers. You cannot let them reign. So go to Servosta. It's been what everyone's picking. Let's just go with that and see what we can do from there.
That is especially smart because when it comes to Fisher doing these corner plays, right? I mean, the ability to just appear for a microsecond, pop a shot, and it finds a head is kind of insane, and that's something that Oakland is going to fall to. They don't quite have that same prowess themselves, so I can agree with you there. We do hope that Oakland will take the next one so we can push out to more than a sweep in the series, but of course Fisher is looking primed and ready to take this one out in a 3-0.
Second overall in the whole A-Star League, so they're showing why they are seated so high. I mean, the first point in New Junk City is literally in the ground. You're giving up high ground advantage just to claim it. I mean, you don't want to tempt fate like that going up against Forgotten and Love. So it will be Servosta. Servosta has really, it's been picked more than Kings Row, basically, and part of that is just due to the fact that there's only 2 Flashpoint maps available, but people prefer it. I prefer it also. It is my favorite. A lot of great points. I love Temple most of all. Just the ability to push people into the water is always very entertaining from my point of view.
Oh, absolutely. It's also, very pretty.
It is. And another one of those stages with Flashpoint, all Lucio mains have just been having they've just been having a ball of a time in Overwatch 2. Not only do you have Flashpoint where Lucio's just kind of a must pick, but Lucio hasn't been nerfed once in the whole series of Overwatch 2. So Lucio mains, it's been good metas for them time and time again.
It really has. I like, we see Love once again here. Up to the Sombra, trying to come in for a flank. A nice little split here by Fisher College, and look at the damage that's being dealt. The beautiful hack, the shots are on point. Jackson going down. My gosh, Love comes out with a bang.
Yeah, Symmetra had to be put in timeout for a few weeks in Nace Starley, but now is legal again. And Love, it couldn't be a moment too soon for him. He's going into the back line, looking out for this May. Doesn't even need the hack. The rest of the team has already taken her out.
This positioning is absurd from Love. We can see the hover of the Sombra at the end of the first game. It didn't actually really come in clutch, but when it comes to having this many opportunities to get flank points and then reposition yourself to either a vantage point, to getting these hacks on these health packs, picking them up yourself, Fisher does not need to, Love does not need to stick with the rest of the team whatsoever this map, and already is taking advantage of Oakland. There's not a lot that they can do in response. Forgotten dealing a lot of damage as well onto the front side. Those shields coming through for Oakland University. Will it be enough to keep even Jax up? No is the answer. Momentum taking those shields down from Aerospace. A lot on the back of Froth. Philly, who's going to be just obliterated. Forgotten continues on the rampage. No way. Gonna find yet another one. Picking up all the assists, picking up all the kills. Oh my goodness. You gotta shut Love down.
The problem is by sticking on this May, you're assuming that you're going to even get close enough to be able to get Forgotten. And you gotta find a way to just match him at his long range, because you're not gonna get anywhere close with that wall to be able to start brawling it out, as long as he has free reign on this Sojourn.
Same thing with, when you think about stacking up for the ultimates, right? Carbon just not able to get anywhere near the team to the point where it's going to make that big of a difference when the Blizzard goes out. So I do like how Love now has the EMP up. Down it goes, and finally Love was taken out. It does end up being Carbon who now has their Blizzard available. Maybe worth the time, worth the wait. Jax has been struggling a lot, though, when it comes to being able to stay alive and provide the support that the rest of the team needs.
Now the next flashpoint unlocks. We're on to my favorite spot, Temple. Crawl gets one pick against Devani, but even without their tank, Fisher's DPSs have been so devastating. I mean, Momentum is in a little bit of a tricky spot with his health and still going toward the front line. It's a Lucio battle.
Come on. He's got a sound barrier up now. He still gets out alive. Two members chasing him. Jax, in the meantime, uses the sound barrier himself and it instantly gets taken down from behind. Devani now has the Gravitic Flux. Fisher College, just like that, regains control.
Uh-oh, and that May, yeah, the best, at that point, all the May can do is really just die and die fast to be able to regroup with the team. That's especially pertinent on Flashpoint. It ticks up so fast in this mode. You cannot afford in 1 iota of a millisecond given over to the other team on staggers. Now the fight's going to be starting off with the Gravitic. The beat goes down in response. Oakland trying to survive through that. And that's a nice Blizzard placed onto Fisher.
I was talking about not really finding an opportunity to use it. Right there is an opportunity as Love also falls here. Forgotten now the only member of Fisher College that has an ultimate. Oakland University doing a good job, good economy of managing to maintain 2 of theirs while dropping 2 and still coming out ahead.
Here with the cue.
Fisher College only has 1 ultimate. It is on to Forgotten, so it's a question of how much can he pop off with this overclock. Frothy Philly almost taken out immediately to start up, and that's a huge ability to burn. They've already got the immortality field gone, and Fisher can now just go ham.
The overclock is coming out. Love has now another EMP able to use. Love ends up going down in the fight though, but it's Frog Philly and Crawl who fall. Jax soon to follow. Now you've got the damage, but you don't have the support to back it up. Carbon is going to end up going down after dropping a wall, and it's once again Fisher College who regain full control and are able to push forward towards the spawn of Oakland. 98% to 73 too. That was a critical time for Fisher to be able to make a move.
Thanks for the help.
Now Oakland University goes on what is possibly their final push, and already they're annihilated.
Oh, look at that. On the backside, Momentum decides to kind of split them apart. That actually really threw Oakland University off because they sort of took divergent routes there. That meant that Love and Forgotten were able to provide as much damage as they wanted to, stack up some ultimates, and yeah, looking good for Fisher College moving towards the next flashpoint.
I do like Frothy Philly swapping over to that Sojourn. We can get a little bit more, but I think this may just... I mean, that one Blizzard did work out very well, but if you're on any point with long sightlines, then you gotta make sure that Frothy Philly can match Forgotten, and that's gonna be a very hard task. But as soon as I said it, I think I answered my own question.
Oh, that is a very, very rough one. Frothy Philly does fall. Carbon stacking up, though, so still does have that May. Looking for another good opportunity for a beautiful Blizzard. We see Abs is going to fall. Momentum has just utilized the sound barrier, but Jackson Crawl, in the meantime, are falling. Carbon finally gets the Blizzard, but is unable to use it. Has to find a reset here. Love just trying to get the last little bit of damage off. Not able to pick up the kill, but still pushing Oakland back to their spawn.
Repositioning, gonna hack a few health packs. Just gonna try to hold this on pure position. He moves back, and Frothy Philly is gonna punish that.
Oh, I love that. Only with somebody like, like Tracer and Sombra do I get like motion sickness when watching somebody play a game, because they're in, they're out, they're in, they're out, they're up, they're down, they're all around. And something that Love and Forgotten are both performing really well. Look at that final shot coming out of Forgotten. Sitting at 20% of Bonnie. Having an ultimate available. Oakland University just doesn't get the chance to use theirs. You have the sound barrier there. You've got so many ultimates in the belt for Oakland University, but I mean, they can't push forward. They can't actually get positioning out. Oh. Maybe? Carbon? Maybe? Can you? Maybe?
Jax starts things off with a pick onto Momentum. Fisher's going to be forced back. The problem is, by the time Oakland even gets to the flashpoint, it's going to be already north of 95. In fact, I don't even know if they can get there close enough. Oh, no, okay, they do.
They do. Oh, they start the overtime at 99%, though. I mean, 4 ultimates stacked up right now for Oakland. Kurt's coming through. There's the railgun. Aerospace as well. That means Forgotten's going to take too much damage. Love, now the only member, has to not partake in the fight just yet. Luckily for Fisher College, they've got a lot of leeway here. It's 99 to now just creeping up on 20% for Oakland.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure how much I'm a fan of using 2 ultimates in that one fight. Oakland already had 1 person taken out, so I could see using 1 ultimate to lock it down, but now you've earned your Kitsune Rush and your Overclock. Oakland University, maybe they can hold 1 more team fight, but what happens with the next one? Fisher has enough for at least 2 team fights here, and it'll build up ultimates by the time they get to the second.
Exactly. You got Forgotten at 92%. EMP still up. Frothy Philly just takes away too much damage, and it's the pinching play that actually comes through for Fisher. Love not able to use that EMP. Carbon, once again, trying to find a good place for the Blizzard. Out it goes. It's a good amount of damage. Avani gets taken down, but Momentum, Forgotten are able to back out of this one, and not only that, but take out Carbon in the meantime. Crawl gonna be the next target here. Jax has the sound barrier. No team to use it on, though.
And that just about does it. Fisher College will take the 3rd flashpoint. Overtime ticks down. There's just 1 left. Jax has to use the beat just to stall things out. That's a painful way to use that ultimate, but it's dire situation for Oakland University, the Tracer, to move on to point to try to keep things going. Forced to recall, and that is going to be it. Fisher takes it in a commanding 3-0 fashion. So. Oakland University was considered the underdog, very low in seed, but they did make it pretty far in the bracket, so good season overall for the Golden Grizzlies. But I think everyone's on notice. You got to up your long-range game if you're going against Fisher.
Absolutely. Maybe some switch-ups earlier from Carbon as well, as we were seeing, them made those ice shards. Like, they can do a lot of damage if you're managing to get the headshots, but it's not even comparable to what we were seeing coming out of the other side for Fisher College. That and just having, forcing basically your life out to be able to throw down the Blizzard. No real opportunity for the front line to get in and do anything for the side of Oakland there. And that meant that the back line was just able to have free reign for Fisher College. So I agree, maybe getting a little bit more of that range on the team would have been helpful, but they still showed signs of life, and it was a hard-fought battle. Fisher College did, of course, come out ahead, though.
Well, it was a hard-fought battle, but the next one that we have is probably going to be even more hard-fought because Fisher was ranked number 2. Now we get to see the team ranked number 1. Maryville is coming up next against RIT, but RIT is a tough school. Anything could happen, so we'll take a look at the top 5 plays of the game brought to you by Mavics Gaming Chairs. Mavics feel the difference, and then be back with the final game of the night, Maryville versus RIT. Don't miss it. Vista has really, it's been picked more than Kings Row, basically, and part of that is just due to the fact that there's only 2 Flashpoint maps available, but people prefer it.
All here coming out of Forgotten, yet now they're just finally starting to turn on him.
Yeah, Forgotten has been pretty unimpeded. Mode, you cannot afford in 1 iota of a millisecond given over to the other team on staggers. Now the fight's going to be starting off with the Gravitic. The beat goes down in response. Oakland trying to survive through that, and that's a nice blizzard placed onto Fisher.
Almost at his ultimate, of course. You do have Jax waiting to use that sound barrier as well.
Nice wall.
One up position, the wall to cut off the remainder of Oakland University from actually backing out on this one. There is the sound drop, but is it going to be enough? Crawl's the first one to fall down. Jax immediately to follow. Shields coming through for Oakland University. Will it be enough to keep even Jax up? No is the answer. Momentum taking those shields down from Aerospace. A lot on the back of Froth. Philly, who's going to be just obliterated. Forgotten continues on the rampage. No way. Gonna find yet another one.
This is all they need, but both of them are going to be bringing out the Symmetra teleport. Both drop down, and a huge fight is going to happen on point.
And not a big surprise. The wall is trying to get a little bit of disruption, sort of cutting off the support from the rest of the team. Froth Philly gonna be ahead here, but Love is the one that finds a lot of damage thanks to those turrets. Forgotten in momentum.
Welcome back to the NACE Star League studio. We have the final game of the night to bring to you. It is Overwatch Maryville going up against RIT. And with the Saints going up against the Tigers, we've got another mainstay of collegiate esports looking to get into the playoffs. We saw Fisher get it. Now we'll see if Maryville can. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer, joined by Lisa Malhaus. And Jolly, I mainly want to ask, I've been talking about how good Maryville is, but just reaffirm for us, where are they placed and why are they placed there?
Honestly, so for Maryville, was an earlier team as well to just get involved in collegiate esports in general, right? One of the earlier teams to dedicate a lot to their varsity program and to, getting good coaches and things like that. Maryville is one of those names that when you talk about traditional sports and things like that, you have standout teams in pretty much every category. And they are either the leaders of the pack by far, or they just haven't quite gotten there yet and they're still figuring out their roster, right? For Maryville, when you see their name, they are likely number one. If they're in the bracket whatsoever, their seeding is going to be high. They've got some incredible players, and they are really big on recruiting early and younger players as well, as we take a quick look at the bracket.
And here we can see how everything shaked up between all of these players. And you can see there, Maryville, by being the first seeded team, they had the luxury of facing the last seeded team, which was Kennesaw State. Now they're going up against Rochester, RIT. And then you also see Fisher and Oakland. We just saw the result of that. And then in the lower bracket, we also have Boise State, St. Clair, and UT Dallas. UT Dallas made it all the way to the finals in fall 2022. So it is coming down to the wire. There are going to be some big names facing off in the semis.
It does look like a couple of minor upsets, though, right? When you look at the left side, Blaine and Rochester, it's only 8th and 9th seed, so not a massive one there. But Shenandoah and Oakland, 7th and 10th seed. Oakland did manage to come out ahead. So a little bit more of a shakeup in the bracket than we might have seen in the League of Legends bracket we were looking at earlier, but nothing completely unprecedented, I would say, at least in this top 8.
Yeah, man, Boise State, St. Clair, that's a heck of a quarterfinal
Yeah,
match.
it
Something
is.
I'd expect to see in the finals, not necessarily the quarterfinals. And yeah, there's no chance that either team that loses can come back because this is single elimination. So you are out if you lose, and we're narrowing it down to what looks to be a very fun, what's going to be a very fun grand finals at the beginning of December. But now we can take a look at these two individual teams, see who is with them, who we should be watching out for, and who we're going to be starting out with. And as you can see behind me, Maryville has already taken control. There was a bit of a tech pause with RIT. RIT was not able to fix it in the allotted time that's allowed under tournaments, so Maryville took the first stage. It happens sometimes.
The last thing Maryville needs is a bye.
I know,
Literally,
that's
the last thing Maryville needs. I mean, even if it was RIT that got the bye, I'd still be like, okay, well, we are likely looking at a 4-game series just because of how much prowess Maryville has in general, especially with their current roster. So as we are looking at our hybrid map, hey,
the only thing that was
Kings
unique
Row.
has been taken away from us, and
It's
now
Kings
we
Row.
just, yeah.
it's all right. That's all right. You only get so much. It's a bit of a mix-up for us for the day. We didn't get Kings Row at least in the last series here. So if things go Maryville's way, we're only going to be looking at 2 possible games that they play. So hopefully RIT came with their game faces on today, because I want to see the Tigers push this one out farther than just that sweep.
And Kings Row is a stage that is as night and day as well the times of day it's represented. You can either go night or day. You're either going all the way to the Omnic Factory in overtime, a knockdown Dragonmount fight, or you can't get past the first point. It's either one or the other with Kings Row, and with Maryville #1 seeded team being played, RIT, since Maryville did technically take the first point, that means that Maryville gets the choice of side for this. You're choosing defense every time.
Absolutely. And all they have to do is hold that for a while. RIT, I would love to see them break away. I would love to see them come out of their point, but knowing Maryville, it is going to be an uphill battle for sure.
Now, let's take a look at the rosters for both of these teams before we jump into the action, see the individual players. And I think the player that we got to shout out for Maryville that everyone is going to be looking for is Tree, who is a very scary DPS that has joined Maryville, put a huge spring in their step. And then you've got Dante, Vision, Squid, and Kane rounding out Maryville's roster. For RIT, we've got Adbon, Essel, Frost, Blackjack, and Storm's Eye.
And Tree not only is an incredible player, but It's players like Tree that make me realize how old I am in this game. You got these, I mean, young players, right? And there's a lot of teenagers involved in collegiate esports, but when you're talking barely a teenager, that's really something to behold as we watch Maryville come out of this one. They are, of course, on defense. And RIT trying to form a bit of a wall here with that Reinhardt, or Abdon Reinhardt.
RIT's going to take the long way around. The one disadvantage is they already got someone pushed in, but you can be brawled hard if you get caught in the alleyway. Not just that, but you burn off a lot of time. And Maryville is just going to let them sit there, regret their decisions.
Dante literally moved in, had the wall placed in front of him, took no damage, and was able to back out of that one. King is going to fall after pulling out the sword, doing a lot of damage there, as well as Squid. When we look at the accumulation here of ultimates, we see that Blackjack is looking closest. Tree, a lot of damage. There's that DPS that we were talking about. Take an overhead perspective here. Nice push forward by Abdon. Somebody's going to make a move on him, though, and it's going to be Dante to start things out.
RIT needs to find a way to peel off one of Maryville. A huge shot by Tree onto Rescue Toast. The wall is going to go up by RIT pure defensively just so they can get back to their spawn.
Definitely a rough place to be. They're trying to stack up for ultimates, though. Blackjack almost has it. Drag's not quite going to hit. Abdon's okay with trying to soak up as much of this damage as possible onto that shield, but it's less than half health now. Just trying to navigate his way over to objective A. Tree has the ultimate, is standing back, getting off some solid pop shots.
And here goes the overclock. I am scared to see this. How many targets? Well, there's the Rhine taken out. Now there's some squishies. They're dunking in between the doors. No jiggle peeking Tree. He's got your number.
The peeking. That's what we were talking about. You cannot allow something like that. The railgun is out. You cannot just kind of poke your head occasionally over the side saying, is it over yet? Is it over yet? Because you're going to find out a really dramatic way that it is not over yet.
Now we've got half the time already burned off from RIT. Already almost takes out Frost in just one foul swoop. Kane with the blade out, pulls out a double. The Blizzard is not going to stop him whatsoever. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. And Lucio not even going to be able to get back into spawn.
We saw the sound barrier was used there, but it was just too late. Essel, Blackjack, and Frost had all fallen. Abdon had just barely gotten enough to use the Earth Shatter, but was not in a position to do so and couldn't afford to do it either. Has to hold on to that one. Maryville is feeling so good about this. The second they have their ultis, they're like, do it. Dante's the only one that's been holding on to that Meteor Strike for a while now, and you can tell he's looking for an opportunity now.
In goes, immediately targets the Mei, is stunned and taken out. That's what I love to see right there. You got a tank that's just a little bit too show-offy, CC him and mow him down.
Show off with your other tank as well. The Earth Shatter really coming in clutch, but the damage that Frost is dealing might just be a bit too much for Maryville. They might have to find a reset on themselves here. Blackjack also having the ultimate available. In comes Dante. Meteor Strike is out. He's going to jump back to the backside of the fight here, taking a lot of damage, breaking some vision, and just staring down Frost, I suppose.
I mean, I do appreciate Frost. I mean, that's what you do. You don't shoot him when he's got his arm up, so he's just going to wait out that cooldown. Abdon takes out Dante, then focuses on Squid, but Frost, Tree is just in the corner. Just even if he's all alone, he's going to pick up one or two. So you got to always focus him, make sure you're not allowing him any clear sidelines.
What a play by King. Able to negate as his extra damage there, trying to get the slow and the pickup on the kill. That means RIT needs to reestablish their pressure points here, and while they do that, they have to deal with the potential for a couple of ultimates coming out of Maryville.
RIT having only a beat to their name. Maryville sitting on another blade and overclock. A lot of damage. I mean, one player could use their ultimate, just make the beat be spent.
Like, just look up, though. Come on. King has just been sitting up there, tossing shurikens out, no problem, not taking any damage at all. Finally, you know, you see Frost come around the corner and does pop a shot or two off, but it doesn't make a difference. Vision is the only one that goes down. I was like, yeah, sure, I will absolutely take that. Nano Boost only 10% away. King still has that Dragon Blade up and available, and the pressure is on now for Maryville.
They're going for complete flank play right here. Has found the Lucio and takes him out in the back alley.
Oh, just rude. Doesn't matter how much speed you've got if you're going up against a Genji who has got good target acquisition. We can see right here, Dante goes in, realizes almost has that Meteor Strike available, can absorb a lot of the damage and allow for King and Tree to follow it up. Now Dante going into the backside. Out comes the Earth Shatter. There is the Meteor Strike. King follows it up with a blade of his own. NSL using the Blizzard takes down King. Crucial moment to do so as well. But it's so far in that Maryville have found success right now. They are continuing to push RIT back, and there's nothing that can be done at this point with less than a minute on the clock.
Not too many options and not much time left. Maryville also has ultimate advantage. RIT is a little bit closer on the window, but that charges up so fast you basically expect that every fight or every other fight. Maryville also, they just brought on the rally from Squid, so this is going to be a tough team to dislodge.
Yes, it is, especially with Dante sitting there feeling very comfortable. Now he's going to start to take some damage. Meteor Strike positioning, barely hit, they're resisting that May, but he's going to get a positive angle off. Followed up with King and Tree there at the right moment, at the right time. Tree has been pushed so far forward here, it's absolutely absurd.
Yeah, I mean, Maryville, you can definitely see the confidence they're bringing out. They're pushing up to spawn. They're trying these chinky flank plays. I mean, this 90% of this match hasn't really been played the standard way because Maryville's just so far ahead.
Oh, Frost. Oh, Frost is really struggling there. Squid on the backside says, yeah, I can pop a shot off at you. Tree still holding on to their ultimate. Dante just trying to navigate towards the back end. Of course, it is RIT that's sitting on this point, waiting to get escort a little bit further, and this is a good opportunity because they have the tunnel, they have a little bit of coverage. As I say that, once they emerge from that tunnel, Maryville is going to have a massive vantage point coming in.
I think Tree just alone on this overclock. I mean, you will have this beat, but once you get that done with, I mean, you also got Nano Boost coming online for Maryville. There are just so many toys that the DPS can use right now.
Yep. Frost taking a lot of damage. There's the sound barrier. Trying to maybe get a little bit of space for Abaddon to get in there. But look at the damage taking down, basically negating the sound barrier there. Nobody on Maryville falling.
Oh no, Nano boosted Sojourn!
Nano boost on top of Tree having the ultimate. Tree will fall there, so a nice blizzard from Eskel, but they immediately fall. King is still up and alive, takes out the Dragon Blade, says there's one, there's two, we got a team kill, and that's it.
Well, much like Eichenwald, it's about halfway through the second stage, and a pretty easy run for Maryville.
Oh. At the start of that, honestly, that's what really got me. Dante jumps in to 5 members, the Maywall goes up, and they don't even deal damage to him. He's able to push them back and then wait for the wall to fall or for his team to break through. And then they have the ability to re-engage with pressure on the map.
Now Maryville only has a hop, skip, and a jump to make it to match point. Fresh off of the bye that they also got for round 1. They are looking to just punch their ticket to the finals. They won't be quite there. They'll go to semifinals after this. This is a quarterfinal match, but thing is that since they win this, since Fisher won their match, that means that it's going to be Maryville Fisher for the semifinals. That's going to be a spicy one.
Lots of really good looking matches for the semis, actually. Maryville, you know, we talk about them as this like big boss team, right? But that doesn't mean that they are invincible. We have seen teams take them down, shake them up. But right now, they are feeling on their game. That confidence.
Well, and they're the current defending champions too. They won the championship in spring. So in fall, they're looking to just have 2023 be the year of Maryville.
We got enough of those.
But you know what? If you're number 1, that also means there's a huge target on your back, and there's a lot of hunters out there in the form of very talented teams that would love to take it away from them.
Ooh, King, can he do it? Nice repositioning right there. You got Brigitte on the backside to help you out. A little bit of a heal up. Cap comes halfway through. Wow, look at the pressure they've got as well. That's so rough. The recovery on something like this, when objective A, it's over, right? You're saying, okay, we go to B, we have to hold on. But if you can't even manage to push forward to sort of try to set up around B, you know it's a bad position for you as a defending team. Oh, beautiful shots. Frost coming in clutch though. Taking a lot of damage down off the opposing team, but Frost has to back away, and oh my gosh, that is not okay. I'm sorry. 100-0 in no time at all.
Yeah, Tree just was able, excuse me, thank you very much. Let's not get a little bit too silly here. This is the quarterfinals. Make sure that you go through a surprising amount of times this season. We've seen some C9s like that, so I do not want to see that in the postseason. You're ranked #1 for a reason.
It's true. And these ultimates should be coming out pretty soon. Frost is trying so hard to stay alive and get some damage down, but look, this is so absurd. You see Squid just hanging out, dancing on the escort, not even needing to move forward. In the meantime, Tree's the only one that falls. Abaddon then falls. Essel is down. Blackjack has to respawn here. You've got the nano boost now up and available. Tree almost having the ultimate. Out comes the Dragon Blade from King, who's going to continue to dash in. Nice support plays here from Vision.
To be honest, I wasn't thinking we were going to see the Omnic Factory at all, and kind of in a weird roundabout way we did at the end. So at least I can give Maryville that.
Oh, that's true. But hey, you know what, Maryville? Pat yourselves on the back, right? You feel good about yourselves in all games as of right now. And we got to expect that Maryville is going to be a team we're going to see plenty of at Boise State at the beginning of December.
Yeah, I think unless Oakland University has crazy play on Servasta, or maybe they've practiced New Junk City the entire season and just have that in their back pocket, I think that'd probably be the only way that they could get out of this right now, is to have some sort of ace up their sleeve to go up against Maryville.
It's too difficult. You know, Frost has been playing so incredibly well. I will say Frost has gotten some really, really good shots in. As a DPS, Frost is a fantastic player, but the problem isn't so much of the, the remainder of the back line that you're having to deal with or try to get away from, right? It's the inefficacy of the front line that they have for the side of Oakland. So, unfortunately, things just don't work out in favor here of Oakland, and this is their last chance, their last opportunity to find something due to that tech issue.
And I mean, Oakland did have a great season. They are a talented team. It's just no one wants to go up, have the displeasure of going up against the #1 seed before grand finals. And that's just sometimes the bad luck of the draw that you get going into a playoff. But upsets can still happen. I mean, Boise State, the year that they won it last year's fall season, I think they went up against Northwood in the semifinals of NACE and had an unexpected win against that. UT Dallas also went, I can't remember who UT Dallas went against. It was I think it was either Maryville or St. Clair, but they beat that game as well. And you had Boise State and UT Dallas, two teams that no one really expected to be in the grand finals, the grand finalists for NACE Star League 2022.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those rules where we never count out a team until they're officially out. Maryville is one of those teams starting to change, adjust my script on that one.
They're going to make sure that the count out is already at 9 and there's just one step to go till 10.
Exactly. We got King here on Soldier. Falls, of course, on that Genji. We'll see how Essel does on this one. As I say, Essel takes so much damage. Thank you, though, to the healers, Blackjack. Able to provide a bit. Essel moves a little too far forward, but gotta watch out for King on the backside with that self-heal. Recognition of Wen. Back out and let Genji take the front line here. Falls, everybody picking up a kill for themselves.
And RIT got a little bit of charge off of the first flashpoint, but Maryville quite solidly gets it back. King will take just a little bit of a peek, try to pull out any sort of just cheeky elim. He has no fear at all. He's just going in there. You can't let him get away with this.
Nope, that's for sure. We'll get shot as Helix is as well. And he's distracting RIT. That's going to allow him to... Nope. Caster Crypt comes into play. Essel ends up falling down, and once again, Maryville pushing RIT as far back as they possibly can, preventing them from even considering making a move onto this flashpoint.
Now it's just one team fight left before Maryville claims his first flashpoint. I mean, Tree already with these flanks that you're taking around here. You've got this tank that just will not quit.
Come on, look at this. He's like, I'm just gonna reposition here. It's not even about the kill. I'm not even trying to do what I can. I'm absorbing aggression, right? I'm changing focus, adjusting focus of RIT so that the rest of my team can come through on the flank. And we see that as King moves in, as False moves in, as ultimates available for the both of them here. King doesn't quite have the sight line that he wants to be able to use his visor. False does end up falling though, so RIT able to make a little bit of space for themselves here.
Slowly moving back toward the point, but Squid, just by himself with the rally, is going to be able to hold the flashpoint long enough that the point goes into Maryville's favor.
Nice
There's something that's standing out to me. I mean, Maryville is definitely being cheeky here. They're going up to the spawn. They're taking 1-on-5s. In this situation, if you got players like this, you know, I know the Junker Queen has a lot of sustain. You can bring that out. But if I've got a Doomfist or a tank that's just charging me, you know, hit him with a Javelin, put a Zenyatta orb onto him.
Yeah.
If the tank is going to dive into your team, then make him pay dearly for that aggression.
As good as the Lucio is, it hasn't been helpful enough for RIT here to do something. You know, we're talking about Blackjack being able to use Kitsune. That maybe has come in handy. We'll see right here as it is activated. SL now having the blade as well to try to stack up here. Tree's taking a lot of damage down to just 50 health. That blade will be enough to take out two members, King and Squid. So there we go. RIT finding something and stopping Maryville from before they hit 50% on this flashpoint.
A few changes hovered over. There's something about the Moira, but I was just going to go back on over to the Brig. Maryville now moving in. Rampage brought out. The ante goes on to 2, and Squid quickly falls afterwards. Thing is, it's not their main healer though. Juby can still push out a lot of healing, and Maryville is still hanging in there. Tree gets a pick onto Essel, and now the Meteor Strike comes out to get into the back line and just take out that Sojourn.
I feel like RIT, every single member has got to have some sort of whiplash because they have been trying to find a point to engage on, and then they realize they're being flanked from multiple angles because Maryville is just splitting themselves up so well. They're getting off this poke damage, makes it impossible for RIT to move forward and get some positive positioning for themselves, and all that takes is, you know, False, Tree, and King navigating their way in, preventing RIT from moving forward. Tree looking for another option here, goes in on the backside, just obliterates Frost. It's absolutely disgusting. Admiral goes down, another punch to the face. It's Blackjack. Essel is the last member standing here. Tree does not want to let them get away, but it doesn't make a difference now. At this point, they need to take this flashpoint, and they do stop RIT from capping that one.
I was talking a little bit about the Zen Orb, but another thought occurs to me, you know, just let's hack this Doomfist, take away all his movement abilities, make him regret his life choices. He dives in, you hack him, then you say bye to him.
I like that actually, and you know, I feel like Frost, that should be someone that Frost, or you know, something Frost should be able to pick up, right? Take the Sombra out, you got a lot of damage, you have your own mobility on top of it that can really help you out here, but I absolutely agree. It might not be a strategy that is taken though, because look at that Tree once again. Oh, actually.
He's been hitting the roofs more often than he's been hitting the actual battlefield.
And it doesn't matter. He's still able to do what he needs to do. It's not even for the damage. It's crazy. The Meteor Strike's not even for the damage on the Meteor Strike. It's literally just so he can get in a better position every time. So, which is absurd to think about. He is okay with sacrificing all of that.
And I should mention RIT, they spent the beat mid-fight. It didn't matter one bit to Maryville. Maryville just powered through the beat and melted the health away.
I sincerely do feel like Rescue Toast. Of course, now we're closer to the end, you know, so the speed boost is really helpful with that Lucio, but I would like to see a bit of a switch up with that. Honestly, we've seen so many sound barriers that haven't made an impact on the game at this point, that even any little adjustments from RIT might be worth taking the risk on.
I mean, the sound barrier is great for negating certain ultimates that come out so often, like the Gravitic, but if Maryville's just shown that in the regular play, they're going to get in your face and take you out before you even have a chance to use the beat, yeah, you just got to try anything to try to adapt to the circumstances.
Yep. Trying to lay a little bit more damage down on them because there are so many chances too where Tree goes in, he's so low, and then he's able to sustain himself throughout the fight. And a lot of that, like I said, is positioning that Maryville has the upper hand on. I mean, if Lucio's not getting you good positioning, you need to figure something out there. Rescutos is going to get an assist. Adbon has an ultimate, so it does Essel. Tree just used the ultimate one more time to just reposition. Just, you know, feeling good about where he's at.
All right, T taking the flashpoint first, but in goes Maryville with a nano Doomfist as well. The Genji Blade is brought out in response. Gonna be taking out Juby. It's traded back with a pick onto Essel. Maryville still has a chance to take this flashpoint back to go past 50% for RIT. In goes the Rampage, gets the nano onto not really anybody. It didn't hit anybody. That's rough.
Abdon does manage to find the one there. As Squid had fallen, should be coming back pretty close to having the rally up and available. The Tracer on King dealing a lot of damage. I mean, RIT cannot keep eyes on anyone here. There's so much mobility and there's so much of this spread out playstyle that Maryville is finding success in. Of course, occasionally, things like this do happen where RIT are able to have a bit of retaliation, but it ends up being a back and forth, so they don't gain any coverage, they don't gain any ground, and Frost does end up falling in the long run.
And I think with the way Maryville's playing, I mean, you see, Lucio's not going to be able to survive against Tree. You just got the Junker Queen left, trying to hang on to this 99%, but that's going to go over to Maryville. But what I was saying is the way Maryville's playing, they're so divey right now, is that it really demands that RIT have their target focus on. You should be able to call out the person who's going in, focus all 5 on them, and just delete them. You cannot afford, if Maryville has this Doomfist that's just going all over the place, to be splitting up your damage between different heroes.
And not only that, but like, stop focusing the Doomfist, all right? That is the goal.
I know, he can put his arm up, and then he wants you to hit him.
His job is to go in and distract you guys, and you're allowing it to happen every single time. And then you have King, you've got you've got King, you've got False on the backside who are like, excellent, thank you so much. Here's a lot of space for me to deal some damage. If I need to, I also have the mobility to get out. RIT, you can definitely tell where there are some falters. They are showing some strength. They are able to pick off a couple of these, DPS players in some of the fights. But unfortunately, what's happening here is they're grouping up. Maryville is having to split this spread out damage, like I said, and then RIT doesn't know who to aggro on. They keep adjusting their focus to somebody else, and every single time it ends up not working out for them in the long run. They take too much damage, but they are going to at least secure that flashpoint.
You get a pick off of Maryville, but they still got to take 2 flashpoints, and Palace will be the next choice. And Palace is always interesting because normally we have a lot of fighting around the fountain in those close quarters, and I always like myself some close-range combat in these little rooms here. Sometimes a team can just sneakily take the flashpoint, and then the fighting all takes off to the side, and you don't realize, oh my goodness, they're already at 80% charge.
Yeah, we can't allow Maryville to do that because that would spell disaster. This is the last point that they need, and they are on series point due to that tech issue in the early parts of the game for RIT. Look at the damage coming out. There is the Meteor Strike, and again, it's just to get some flanking positioning here. Jumping back over the wall, picking out 2 members of RIT, saying, hey, look my way. Don't pay attention to False. Don't look at King. They don't matter as much as I do. And Tree doing such a good job of playing this frontline damage dealer.
There's been hardly any swaps brought out in this fight, much like the last one as well. Tree just continuing to just pile the damage onto Frost and Rescue Toast, and now there's just one RIT, one Tiger left, hanging way back here, and Tree is gonna go after him as well.
Oh, 1, sorry, no, there's 2 now, because he's all the way at the spawn point. I mean, when you were walking in 4 members of RIT emerging from their spawn, and Tree, as this Doomfist, is able to say, here's some damage, also I'm gonna run away from you guys, it's just me, I'm not taking any damage, and I get to re-engage on you with the rest of my team, who has ultimates available. It's really feeling like the end of the line for RIT. Frost, want to see maybe pull something new out. I would love to see Rescue Toast take something out of the Lucio, but at this point it's a little bit too late.
And the beat is spent far off of point. Yeah, they can't even survive long enough to get there. We see some swaps coming out. Finally, the hack
oh my
and the Sabra that I've been talking about. But I think it's too little too late.
It's far too late. It's ticking down to the last 90 couple percentages. What is going on here? Maryville's going to take it.
Oh.
They did the swaps. We were asking for them literally all game. They finally did the swap, and it was when there were 3 seconds left in the game anyway. I mean...
And I think that was kind of the main takeaway of what kind of tripped up RIT and Oakland. It was just tunnel vision. You know, once the winds started piling up, it was just the same routes taken toward the port, especially with Oakland, and then just not enough swaps coming out, and just the same comp being held all the way through. Even if you're close enough to an ultimate, a great piece of advice, no ultimate is worth a bad comp.
Absolutely, and that's how it felt for sure with the Lucio, especially because it charges up pretty quickly, right? And you think, okay, the sound barrier will help us because we want to initiate on these fights, right? We want to find some angles, but the problem is when the team is so spread out the way that Maryville was, that sound barrier is not going to help any one particular individual that you need. Yes, it's across the entire team, but you don't need that. You need to be focusing, actually more hyper-focused, to be honest, right? Instead of just trying to do the same thing over and over again, right? Isn't that insanity when it fails?
Yeah, it's a similar thing with Game 1, too, in which we saw the May Brawl comp be brought out. That's not a bad comp. May Brawl can do so much damage, but when you got 2 snipers who are just raining damage, then you're not even going to be in the position where you can use it. So it was just, the comps didn't line up, and it wasn't playing to the win condition. Maryville and Fisher, I think, showing why they are seeded number 1 and 2, taking it 3-0. So that's going to do it for this tonight. We are getting closer and closer to the grand finals, which you are definitely going to want to join at the Boise State Esports Arena December 1st through 3rd. We want to give a thank you right now to Extra Life, Dunkin', Pizza Hut, Alienware, Odyssey, Mushroom Elixir, Monster, Los Angeles Comic-Con, Army ROTC, and of course, Mavix Gaming Shares, which is going to bring you the top 5 plays of the game now. Mavix, feel the difference. Thank you for joining us. We'll come back tomorrow. Be tuned for Valorant, but we're going to close it out for tonight. Enjoy your top 5 plays. DPS that has joined Maryville put a huge spring in their step, and then you've got Dante, Vision, Squid, and King rounding out Maryville's roster.
Frost is dealing, might just be a bit too much for Maryville. They might have to find a reset on themselves here. Blackjack also having the ultimate available. In comes Dante. Meteor Strike is eating his way over to objective A. Tree has the ultimate, is standing back, getting off some solid pop shots.
And here goes the overclock. I am scared to see this. How many targets? Well, there's the Rhine taken out. Now there's some squishies. They're dunking in between the doors. No jiggle peeking Tree. He's got your number.
Scatter, there is the Meteor Strike. King follows it up with a blade of his own. Essel using the Blizzard takes down King. Crucial moment to do so as well. But it's so far in that Maryville have found success right now. They are continuing to push RIT back, and there's nothing that can be done at this point with less than a minute on the clock.
For that aggression.
As good as the Lucio is, it hasn't been helpful enough for RIT here to do something. You know, we're talking about Blackjack being able to use Kitsune. That maybe has come in handy. We'll see right here as it is activated. Essel now having the blade as well to try to stack up here. Tree's taking a lot of damage, down to just 50 health. That blade will be false. Tree and King navigating their way in, preventing RIT from moving forward. Tree looking for another option here. Goes in on the backside, just obliterates Frost. It's absolutely disgusting. Abno goes down. Another punch to the face. It's Blackjack. Essel is the last member standing here. Tree